This incident does not lead to more violence. A potential tropical storm is closing in on the Carolina coast today. Heavy rain, the biggest threat. They handed out the Emmys last night. Shogun got the most awards with 18, including Best Drama Series. Hacks got the award for Best Comedy. America's listening to Fox News.
.68 degrees in Chicago. It's 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Downtown streets in Chicago are back open following celebrations of Mexican Independence Day over the weekend.
It's Mexican Independence. I love seeing other people's cultures, like the flags. There's a lot of Venezuelans here now. All the Honduran people. We're all Latinos. So we all gotta share love.
The Office of Emergency Management and Communication did block access to the Loop in River North to try and help ease traffic congestion, but many were caught in the hustle and bustle. Closures were cleared early this morning. More controversy brewing in Little Village as Starbucks prepares to open a new location in a plaza that once housed dozens of local small businesses. Last year, small business owners' efforts to save the Little Village Discount Mall hit a dead end.
We have seen that money buys power here, and we have people power, which is more stronger than money, because the community doesn't need this type of businesses because we already have great coffee shops here in Little Village.
Baltazar Enriquez speaking for the community, and many residents are now opposing the new community-focused Starbucks, which will open in the 3000 block of West 26th, the store replacing small businesses in that Little Village plaza. And other community members argue it's a tall order to open up there and plan to block the store.
We have started a campaign called Not One Drop, and there will be not one drop of Starbucks consumed by the community until they agree to meet with the community and agree to the demands of the community.
Graciela Garcia, the store is expected to open in about a week. A man is dead, 2 others are hurt following a shooting and stabbing in Humboldt Park. Police say a group were fighting yesterday in the 3100 block of West Luis Munoz Marin Drive when shots were fired, and a man was shot and taken to the hospital, where he later died. 2 other men suffered stab wounds in the face. Both were hospitalized in stable condition. No one is in custody. Former Illinois basketball player Teren Shannon is suing agencies in Kansas after he was acquitted of rape and sexual battery charges in June. The Chicago native was found not guilty in Douglas County Court in Kansas after a 4-day trial. Shannon was accused of sexually assaulting a woman in September of last year near a bar close to the University of Kansas campus in Lawrence. A Chicago man is charged with a road rage shooting on the Kennedy earlier this year. State police arrested Daniel Morales for aggravated discharge of a firearm. Authorities say troopers responded in February to a report of an expressway shooting near Irving Park Road. Morales and another person were involved in that road rage incident that resulted in Morales shooting at the other person's vehicle. Governor Pritzker is appointing James Jennings as the next director of the Illinois EPA. Jennings began serving as interim director in July when the former director resigned. Chicago police are investigating a series of incidents involving guns being stolen from vehicles. Police say each incident involves the suspect going inside an unlocked vehicle or breaking the passenger side window before taking belongings inside. A gun left unsecured inside the vehicles was stolen in every incident except one. A woman is dead, another woman and a man in critical condition after a hit and run involving a tow truck overnight. It happened on the near south side. According to a preliminary investigation from CPD, the tow truck driver backed into an SUV around 2:15 a.m. along Roosevelt Road, which caused it to hit a third vehicle that lost control and slammed into a wall. 3 victims were ejected from the vehicle when it struck the wall. 2 people were injured, 1 critically after a crash in Wadsworth Sunday. The driver and passenger in that vehicle, both from Kenosha, were trapped inside that vehicle. They were later extricated by fire officials. The Bear continuing to break records. The FX comedy based in Chicago took home 11 Emmys, breaking its own record for most won by a comedy series from last year of 10.
My beautiful cast, I love you forever. I love to work with you, and I want us to be in each other's lives for forever. I love you so dearly.
Jeremy Allen White won for his role as Carmen Berzado in The Bear. It's his 2nd consecutive nomination and 2nd consecutive win in that category. Tito Jackson, member of the iconic family band the Jackson 5, and brother to Michael and Janet, died at age 70 over the weekend. He made his own music later on in life, but early on he was just a member of the Jackson 5. Toriano Adero Tito Jackson, born and starting in Gary, Indiana. Group was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997. Caleb Williams failed to live up to his first overall pick billing as the Bears lost to the Texans 19-13.
Obviously, I'm a young guy, but I understand it's a long season. Understanding that it's week 2, understanding that we're going to respond, and just get better every day, get better at practice.
Williams only passed for 174 yards, tossing 2 critical interceptions in the losing effort. Chicago dropping to 1-1, and they visit the Colts in week 3. Sunday in the NFC North, Lions lost to the Bucs. Vikings top San Francisco. Green Bay beat the Colts. The Cubs snap a 3-game losing skid with a 6-2 win over Colorado. Finally, Michael Busch had a big day at the plate, pair of home runs and 3 RBI, while Pete Crow Armstrong also went deep. Craig Counsell.
I think it's part of Pete's game. I think it's going to show up as he gets more comfortable and gets more at-bats and gets more, I think, as much as anything, comfortable in the league and comfortable with how to kind of go through his at-bats and kind of picking his spots there.
Northsiders still 5 games out of the final NL wild card spot. White Sox won their rubber match after taking down the A's 4-3 at guaranteed rate. Gavin Sheets and Brian Ramos each went deep. Sox won back-to-back games for the first time in nearly 3 months. Saturday football, college style, the Fighting Illini remain unbeaten following a win over Central Michigan. Northwestern back above 500 with a victory over Eastern Illinois. And overnight college football coaches poll, Georgia once again sitting on top in the nation. Texas rising 1 spot, now ranked number 2. The news, a service of Crosscom Public Adjusters. If your home or business has an insurance claim, Crosscom will help you get what you need and have coming to you. They've helped thousands. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk is excited for election 2024.
Here's the good news. We are in a better spot of any Republican candidate in 20 years. Going back to 2004, we have not seen a Republican candidate be in this favorable of a spot from polling to grassroots movement in over 20 years.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Bettenhausen Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, now open on 159th Street in Lockport. Bettenhausen has your ticket to anywhere. Hurry in and get huge savings off MSRP on a new Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Compass. Bettenhausen has big savings on a new Ram 1500 or new Chrysler Pacifica. Bettenhausen has the Midwest's best selection. Choose from over 900 vehicles with no hassle and no haggle. Showroom never closes at cdjroflockport.com.
Quick delivery service. What do you need delivered today?
Hi, I'm trying to work through a last-minute to-do list for my boss. Can you deliver a hard drive to the Loop in Chicago?
We can deliver that today.
Okay, can you deliver 20 boxes to a client in Rockford?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver 12 pallets of tile to our customer in Naperville?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver a large envelope to Northbrook?
We can deliver that today.
Oh my gosh, I think my water just broke. Can you?
We cannot deliver that.
Quick Delivery Service delivers your package no matter the size. More than just a messenger service, Quick Delivery Service is a messenger and trucking service that can also provide scheduled routes for your daily delivery or your air shipment. Trucks are equipped to handle the load and provide ground-level service for same-day delivery. The Quick Delivery Service team of safe, licensed professionals can provide quick door-to-door service for your special delivery. QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. We deliver that today. But we don't deliver this.
Dennis Prager here. Join me on an unforgettable cruise to the Caribbean this November. We'll cruise to the vibrant islands of Half Moon Cay, Curacao, Bonaire, Turks and Caicos, and much more. We'll be joined by special guest Sean McDowell, and we'll both be sharing insights into current events in a way I hope energizes and challenges you. Secure your spot before space runs out by calling 855-565-5519 or book online at pragercruise.com.
It's 5:12, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Just a couple of trouble spots this morning. I-57 inbound remains shut down due to an accident investigation. Inbound 57 shut down between Sibling and 127th. The accident occurred around 1 a.m. and inbound 57 remains shut down this morning. DuSable Lakeshore Drive just reopening from earlier resurfacing work southbound between Irving Park and Belmont. Traffic is a service of Pfizer. Ask your health provider about getting your flu shot, as recommended by the CDC. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
Sunshine, it'll be a very warm day today, the high at 90, clear tonight, low 63, and then sun and clouds, a warm day tomorrow, the high 86. Sunny skies on Wednesday, another warm afternoon, the high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Right now, 69 at O'Hare, 72 and cloudy at Midway. Aurora, partly cloudy, and 62, 67 in Waukegan, 57 in Kankakee. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
What a waste of time, money, and vacation days. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. And if you've had a bad knee or hip replacement surgery, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because sometimes the surgery doesn't even work. But there is an alternative, QC Kinetics. Check it out before you go under the knife. QC Kinetics uses your own body's properties to repair damaged joint tissue due to arthritis or an injury. Folks, it's regenerative medicine. Think about it. If you cut your hand, it eventually heals. But don't take my word for it. Find out for yourself with a free consultation. And what's really cool is the fact that Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, the National Medical Director and former orthopedic surgeon, is located right here in the Chicago area. Call now to end your chronic pain and learn more about QC Kinetics. They have new locations in Gurnee and Crystal Lake. Saturday appointments available. The number to call is 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Protecting and growing your retirement assets can be complicated. From asset and legacy protection to retirement income and extended care, you need a plan. Mark Kohler, host of Retirement and Income Radio, heard Sundays at 11 a.m., helps retirees in or near retirement protect their accounts from market volatility. Mark can help you create lifetime guaranteed, inflation-hedged income. Call Mark today at 844-619-SAFE. That's 844-619-7233. And listen this Sunday at 11 a.m. to Retirement and Income Radio.
If you're a business owner, manager, HR director, anybody that needs to hire people and staff, and you're in McHenry County, this is for you. How's it going? Do you have the people you need? How's the quality of your applications? How much time do you spend on staffing issues? It's a problem, isn't it? You've tried all the job postings, career sites, and nothing is working. Internet job postings just don't work anymore. Are you finally ready to do something that works? Contact Express Employment Professionals in Crystal Lake. It's working for their clients. Express Employment Professionals in Crystal Lake has people that they are placing. They find out what you need and get you those people. Better employees, less turnaround, just better results. Stop the madness. Make Express your staffing partner. and get back to running the business and being a good capitalist. Express Employment Professionals for McHenry County. Go to expresshires.com. That's expresshires.com. Or call 815-788-8556. End the understaffed cycle.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
If you own or run a business and you listen to AM 560, you might not realize that the conservative programming that you enjoy is supported by advertisers. Our loyal listeners love to do business with the advertisers they hear every day on AM 560. Now, it probably won't surprise you that there are some businesses who avoid advertising with us because they don't like what we do here. And that's okay, because our audience wants to support businesses that support what we do and think like we think. We would love to have you join the list of successful companies who are already reaching new, like-minded customers. Most AM 560 advertisers have been here for years for one simple reason: they get results. Join our efforts to make a difference in the lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gave Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
From breaking news and weather across the country to insight from the brightest minds in conservative opinion, it's Salem News Channel, home to the biggest shows on TV, like Hugh Hewitt weekdays at 6 a.m. Eastern, followed by Mike Gallagher at 9. Join SNC, where facts are sacred, critical thinking is celebrated, and the pursuit of truth is unwavering. Watch Salem News Channel free, now on Zumo Play. Learn more at snc.tv/Zumo.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. Your business and your money are in good hands with Signature Bank. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Jason Zenger, owner of Zenger's Industrial Supply and host of the Making Chips podcast, and a proud customer of Signature Bank. Through rapid growth, acquisitions of competitors, and taking over from the previous generation, Signature Bank was there with us every step of the way. Recently, the team introduced us to FinRails AP, their proprietary system for accounts payable automation. Not only did FinRails AP help us to reduce costs and create efficiencies, but it also helped minimize fraud risk. Now, our company can invest time into what we do best, supplying industrial products, metalworking tooling, contractor tools, and safety supplies to those who make, build, and create great things for our country.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Americans deserve a more balanced debate than they got from ABC. The moderators fact-checked former President Trump 4 times, but never fact-checked Vice President Harris, and at least one fact-check was factually incorrect. Trump may have made 14 false statements, but Harris made 16. While the moderators pressed Trump 6 times for follow-ups, they didn't press Harris at all. Not once. That's not the only place the fix was in. The questions the moderators selected, including about race, the last presidential election, and January 6th, were designed to make Trump look extreme. Issues unfavorable to Harris, taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegal immigrants, for example, were carefully avoided. ABC is obviously in the tank for Harris, and the moderators behaved that way. The media shouldn't act surprised Americans no longer trust them.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Well, it's great that the Secret Service proved they could forecaddy. Now can they prove that they can plan for the security of the former President of the United States? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line, and text line. Of course, yesterday, as I'm sure our listening audience is well aware by this time, Trump is playing golf at his course in West Palm Beach, and a hole or two ahead of him, guys in the bushes with a sport rifle, and the Secret Service spots him and opens fire, and he flees, and ultimately, through coordination with local and federal, he's taken into custody a county over in Martin County. This is Palm Beach Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, who provided some of the briefing, because, of course, this was in West Palm, so there was ostensibly coordination between state and local, although we take nothing for granted these days. Bradshaw had this characterization of what went down.
All right, 1:30 this afternoon. Call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers, and we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody right now that is a potential suspect. We got a little bit more work to do on it, but as we usually do, as soon as we decide that we're going to book him into the county jail and the charges that he's going to be booked into, we'll get those to you, and we'll get a picture of him, and we'll get you his background.
So the would-be assassin, got within 500 yards of Trump, reportedly. And this is one of the points of contention, even if you accept everything that Sheriff Bradshaw had to say at face value, is, well, number one, why is there not perimeter security for President Trump? And the answer seems to be
because he's not president.
Because he's not president. But then the follow-up question is, okay, well, does Secret Service have the capacity to make real-world protocol changes to comport with the actual environment and the threat level? So, for example, I don't know, in a situation where you have a former president who narrowly avoided an assassination 2 months ago, has been vilified by the dominant mass media as a white supremacist threat to our democracy, is there a point at which you say maybe we should afford him the same level of protection that we afford an incumbent president, which he sort of almost de facto is in these times, and make sure that we can get him to Election Day alive?
312-642-5600. That's our turnkey.pro answer line. He was less than 500 yards. I mean, when asked how far was President Trump when the person was caught and stopped?
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
Probably between 300 and 500 yards. But with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
With a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
So I said 500
Right,
yards. He's
okay,
between
but-
300 and 500 yards.
How was he there in the first place?
Because
I mean, he was on the
of what
fifth
we
hole.
just said.
Trump was putting on the fifth hole, and he was on the sixth hole, near the fairway. And I guess apparently there's a bus stop right there. But I know he needs more security, considering, yes, this is the second time in 2 months that there has been an assassination attempt.
And this guy that's in custody, the alleged assassin, he's another left-wing nut job who apparently is particularly animated by the war in Ukraine, the effort of Ukraine to repel the Russian invasion.
Trying to hire mercenaries to go over there and fight.
Yeah, he's been interviewed before talking about his recruitment efforts. This is from a Newsweek interview, actually, from 2022.
Tell me who you are and why are you here?
56 from the U.S. From North Carolina originally, so I live in Hawaii now, so flew all the way from Hawaii here. So the question as far as why I'm here, to me, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white. This is about good versus evil. This is a storybook, any movie we've ever watched, this is definitely evil against good. I mean, we're battling a situation here where, the Ukrainians and the rest of the world are caring and kind and generous and unselfish and take care of one another. And it's just a matter of, we need to stand up for that. That is the most important thing in the world, is just to show human beings that we're kind and we're caring and that we take care of one another and that the world is united so that we feed each other and make sure that we all move forward as one collective whole unit. So,
Yeah, isn't that inspired? The compassion of somebody who had a plan to kill the President of the United States. Boy, they speak in the parlance of kindness and compassion, and you're supposed to pay, like a politician, you're supposed to pay attention to what they say and not what they do. The other issue, of course, is how did he know that Trump was golfing yesterday? And we don't know the answer to that question. Was it dumb luck? Was he just hanging out at Trump International for weeks on end, hoping to get a peek at the president, or hoping one day he would show up? We don't know. Is there a problem within the Trump campaign? Is there a problem within Secret Service?
Did somebody leak it? I mean, they said there was a small circle of people who knew he was golfing yesterday. Did he follow him from Mar-a-Lago to the golf course? And he lives in Hawaii, apparently, and he's from North Carolina. So why was he there?
Well, he was there to assassinate the President of the United States.
Yeah, that's true.
Corey in Woodlawn.
Thanks, Dan, for taking the call. Morning, Amy. I think at this point, Trump should not trust the Secret Service. I wish the Pinkerton Detective Agency was still around. Out of there. And if he gets into office again, move the whole entire executive branch out of D.C. for his own safety.
Thanks for the call, Corey. Yeah.
A nut job. He also put on X, Trump should be massa, make Americans slaves again, master. Democracy in full capital letters is on the ballot, and we cannot lose. We cannot afford to fail. The world is counting on us to show the way. That's from this Roth guy on X. By the way, his Facebook posts were taken down.
The Pinkertons. Yeah, that would be. This would never have happened in Deadwood, Corey. Wonderful reference. All right, coming up at 5:38, we'll take more of your calls, get into this a little bit more, including hearing from one Mrs. Alexander Vindman on the topic. That's at 5:38.
But now let's head into the newsroom, get the latest from Mike Scott.
5:31, 66 degrees. Massive flooding in Central Europe has killed 5 more in Poland, 1 in the Czech Republic. The FBI says it's investigating the apparent assassination attempt on Donald Trump at his West Palm Beach golf club early yesterday. Trump has confirmed that he is safe and unharmed.
Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw reporting that Secret Service agents engaged a man near the Trump International Course, armed with a rifle equipped with a scope.
In the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of.
After dropping the weapon, the suspect fled and was later apprehended in a neighboring county. Vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance says he was merely echoing the concerns of constituents when he spoke publicly about claims of Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio.
My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things.
Republican Ohio Senator J.D. Vance on CNN talking about the real concerns of Springfield, Ohio residents.
So my attitude is listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because their town has been overwhelmed, and it's my job to try to fight for them and to protect them.
Republican Senator on CNN's State of the Union. Strike against Boeing continues today, with union officials saying it could go on for a while. About 30,000 members of the machinists and aerospace workers in Seattle and Portland are seeking higher wages and a better pension. Coast Guard is holding public hearings on last year's implosion of the Ocean Gate Titan submersible on its way to visit the wreck of the Titanic. All 5 on board were killed. Downtown streets in Chicago are back open following celebrations of Mexican Independence Day over the weekend.
You know, it's Mexican Independence. I love seeing other people's cultures, like the flags. You know, there's a lot of like Venezuelans here now. You know, all the like Honduran people. You know, we're all Latinos. You know, so we all gotta share love.
Closures were mostly cleared by early this morning. A man is dead. 2 others are hurt following a shooting and stabbing in the Humboldt Park neighborhood. Police say a group fighting yesterday in the 3100 block of West Luis Munoz Marin Drive when shots were fired. A man was shot and taken to the hospital, suffering stab. 2 other men suffered stab wounds to the face. They're both hospitalized in stable condition. The Bear continues to break records. The FX comedy based here in Chicago took home 11 Emmys, breaking its own record for most, won by a comedy series from last year of 10. Tito Jackson, a member of the famous family band that started in Gary, Indiana, the Jackson 5, brother to Michael and Janet, died at age 70 of a heart attack. He was born Toriano Adero Tito Jackson, one of the 5 brothers that made up the Jackson 5, inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1997. Caleb Williams failed to live up to his first overall pick billing again, as the Bears lost to Houston 1913, Chicago dropping to 1-1 with that loss. Cubs snap a 3-game losing skid with a 6-2 win over the Rockies, while the White Sox won their rubber match, taking down the A's 4-3. The news, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% on a dental implant and get 100% of your smile back? With a Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify, almostfreeteeth.com. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and White, for a cruise on Lake Michigan on Saturday, September 21st. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and White with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise. Sponsored in part by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
Have you noticed all the ads for gold and silver? By now you know if precious metals are right for you. Quite frankly, most major dealers have roughly the same pricing models. Fox Valley Coins offers everything the other large national dealers offer, only with a local, personal touch. Fox Valley Coins will treat you like family. And if you want to stay anonymous, under most circumstances, they don't even need to know your name. Ha! Try that through the mail. When you buy directly from Fox Valley Coins instead of national dealers, you can pick out the actual pieces and they will scientifically analyze the items for authenticity right in front of you. That's a huge advantage. The reason is because 95% of fakes offered are purchased through the mail. Fox Valley Coins buys, sells, and performs appraisals of all precious metals, as well as rare coins and currency. Visit Fox Valley Coins in person, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at Naperville-Warrenville border. Fox Valley Coins, family integrity for over 43 years.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's 5:38. Let's get an update on the roads now. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Southwest side, Little Village neighborhood, California and 31st. Report of an accident in that intersection. Tri-State is shut down northbound. The off-ramp to I-57 is being blocked off because of the accident investigation on inbound I-57 that continues between Sibley and 127th. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine today, a high near 90. Clear and 63 overnight. Sunshine and a few clouds, high of 86 tomorrow. Right now, 69 at O'Hare, 72 Midway. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We're talking about the second failed assassination attempt on former President Trump in 2 months. This happened yesterday at his golf course, Trump International in West Palm Beach.
And he was putting on the 5th hole when they heard pop, 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 and Secret Service took him down. And then they brought him back to the clubhouse, and he was worried about his golfing partner, Steve. He's like, where is he? And then he turned around, and Steve was there. And Hannity said, because he talked to Trump 3 times yesterday via the telephone, Sean Hannity said that he wanted to finish the round.
Yeah, the MSNBC headline was Trump 3 putts 5. But the shot. There was some confusion about whether the shooter got off any shots, and the reporting is that he did not.
That was the Secret Service shooting at him, but they still didn't hit him. And so why are we celebrating the Secret Service doing such a good job?
Well, I don't know who the we is, but yeah, I'm pretty restrained in terms of joining in the filleting of each other that was going on at that post-assassination attempt press conference in West Palm Beach, including in that confab was Jeffrey Veltri, who's the head of the Miami field office of the FBI. He offered this.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Veltri. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Miami field office. The FBI has assumed the role as the lead federal law enforcement agency in the investigation of the incident that occurred earlier today at Trump International Golf Course here in West Palm Beach, Florida. We've deployed a number of resources, including the investigative teams, crisis response team members, bomb technicians, and evidence response team members as well. What we need right now is for the public to avoid the area around the golf course. We will continue to support this investigation with the full resources of the FBI.
Hey, they put some ground under repair signs up, so that should keep other assassins out for now. Jeffrey Veltri, it's all well and good. He sounds like a real button-down G-man, doesn't he? Last year, top FBI officials ordered an agent to scrub his Facebook page to delete anti-Trump vitriol before they would promote him to head of the Bureau's Miami field office.
Don't tell me that was Jeffrey Veltri.
The whistleblower called Mr. Veltri, quote, adamantly and vocally anti-Trump, unquote, said Ray and Deputy Director Abate and the Executive Assistant Director were all involved in directing Mr. Veltri to cleanse his social media. But wait, there's more with Veltri just in terms of giving anybody over these agencies the benefit of the doubt, regardless of their particular responsibilities. The FBI, in this case, the investigative arm. How are we doing about in Butler, Pennsylvania? The whistleblower also said that Veltri was acting Deputy Assistant Director of the Bureau's Security Division, in where he oversaw efforts to suspend agents' security clearances if they seemed to be a quote-unquote right-wing radical. So,
you think he's going to try hard to protect the president?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's not technically his job. His job is to investigate and find out all the details of the person who had intended to kill the president. But I don't know. Going by what, and this is sort of remarkable given the source, Senator Stolen Valor Blumenthal from Connecticut.
Yeah.
He had this to say about the forthcoming report on the previous assassination attempt on Trump way back there in July 13th. Listen to what Democrat apparatchik Dick Blumenthal has to say about what the public will learn when this report is filed.
I'm not going to go into what we have learned in specifics. I'm giving you my reaction, and we will have a report very, very soon that I think will absolutely shock the American people, or it should, about the lapses and lags in the protection that was afforded.
I don't know, Dick. We may be on shock at this point when it comes to these alphabet soup law enforcement agencies at the federal level, right? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Of course, now the conversation will include, just like it did after July 13th, some rhetoric about our rhetoric. Is it too impertinent? Is it's
stoking violence,
too acerbic? And who are the responsible parties? Well, it's certainly not the left. Lester Holt led NBC News yesterday with this.
Today's apparent assassination attempt comes amid increasingly fierce rhetoric on the campaign trail itself. Mr. Trump, his running mate J.D. Vance continue to make baseless claims about Haitian immigrants in Ohio. This weekend, there were new bomb threats in that town. Our Maggie Vespa is in Columbus, Ohio, with more.
Lester, simply put, Springfield, Ohio has been inundated by threats. Over the last several days, closing government buildings, schools, hospitals. Today, effectively closing a local university campus after administrators said someone threatened a mass shooting targeting Haitians. This in light of, officials say, a false online conspiracy theory alleging Haitian immigrants in that city are eating people's pets.
Trump and Vance, throw him in too, have brought this upon themselves, or have brought this collectively on Trump. That's the position of the D.C. press corps, unsurprisingly.
Oh, yeah. And MSNBC, they blamed him, too. They blamed Trump. Like, this is minutes after it was reported that there was another assassination attempt. They blamed Trump for the violence.
Do you expect to hear anything from the Trump campaign about toning down the rhetoric, toning down the violence, or would that be atypical of the former president?
Well, Alex, remember back to the assassination attempt on President Trump's life and how, there was talk of a new tone, and then the Republican convention was, by Trumpian standards, muted, and it did seem like he was, just trying to take it down a few notches, but then by the end of his convention speech, we were kind of back to where we started. So
it's Trump's fault.
I
Trump's
don't
fault.
know.
Those two dizzying intellects, MSNBC's Alex Witt and Time Magazine's Elise Jordan, pouring over what's transpired and at whose hands. Peggy in Chicago.
Peggy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think, they saved Trump, but I think what they're really trying to do is get ready for the onslaught, because people are going to start shooting politicians. They're going to go after. They're going to go after Harris. They're just going to shoot anybody they don't like. And I don't think it's really, they're saying, yes, we took care of Donald Trump, but now they're going to have to take care of everybody. I mean, I'm sitting here, I'm thinking, Pritzker's going to have to. There are people who don't like him either, and once you go over the top and you say, well, you're morally crazy, they have no problem shooting anybody.
Well, this is the thanks for the call, Peggy. I don't know about a rash of politicians being targeted, but it is interesting the position the left is taking here. Again, this is Butler Redux, and since they never changed their playbook, their scripts, it's pretty much we have to address this again, which is so. I mean, I don't expect any crocodile tears from the left. I expect them to blame Trump. That's who they are. And how could they not? He's America's Hitler. Why would you shed a tear if America's Hitler was taken out?
Oh, I cried yesterday. I mean, how much more can that man possibly go through?
Yeah, I'm talking about the left and having the left follow their own logic. So which is it? He's just a conventional politician and we're against the assassination of politicians, or he's some supervillain, America's Hitler, and by all means necessary. I just want the left's clarity on this because I'm confused about it. Mary at Midway.
I'm just wondering if I maybe misunderstood something. You could help me, because the spokesman that was just on, he says it seems so unprofessional to me. He says, "Oh yeah, what we do is we always put somebody ahead on the golf ahead of the hole ahead of Trump. So to be like a lookout to, I mean, he shouldn't have divulged that. Plus, he giggled at one point. I mean, am I wrong?"
He didn't seem banged up by any measure.
Thanks for the comment. I don't think divulging. I think you have to divulge that because you have to detail what kind of security you're providing the president, and now we get into conversation as to whether or not that is sufficient. I mean, in a free society, if we're going to have anything approaching accountability, you're going to have to tell us what you did when you're in a position that's as sensitive as protecting sensitive targets, VIPs, political leaders. So, right, what did you do? And then, so we know what you did, and we know what you didn't do and why you didn't do it in part. And so now we have a conversation about, well, maybe you should do the thing that you're not doing because your protocol doesn't presently provide for it. And other questions like we asked before, what about how this guy knew that Trump was going to be on the course?
Right.
What about he's 300 to 500 yards away, 300 to 500 feet away, which is very much like Butler, is fairly close range. Even if you're not doing the full perimeter security, then don't you want to make sure that there is a perimeter around the protectee that is more substantial than that? There's just a lot of
questions.
And by the way, and
what if there were multiple shooters? I mean,
what was the engagement of the FBI, of the Secret Service agent with that shooter? How close was he? He saw the barrel of the gun, and this is when he confronted from some distance and decided that there was an imminent threat such that he should open fire. Tell us more details about that and why he missed. Craig in Mount Greenwood.
Oh, hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. There's something about this that stinks so bad, it's unbelievable. Those guys are usually really expert. The three-letter agency is really expert at going and making sure anything within about 1,500 yards is all safe and clear and all that kind of thing. So this seems like just another inside kind of thing. Media not really talking much about it or anything like that. And the big thing with regard to him, that guy being able to get in there with a rifle, the thing, get into that position, get all set up. Nobody knows nothing and everything. And then, of course, the Secret Service guy misses and everything, but then some civilian basically gets all the information, license number, sees the guy and everything.
We don't have any basis to draw any inside job conclusions. Thanks for the call, Craig. I mean, the witness got the information because he was on the other side of the fence where the car was, and the Secret Service was on the side of the fence where the course was, and he's coming through the bushes. So, I mean, the question is not about that Secret Service agent who confronted the shooter doing anything wrong or doing anything insufficient other than perhaps missing. The question goes back to, well, why has not the security been ratcheted up for Trump, given what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania, and what we know about the mass media lobotomizing people to the point that they think taking out a president is somehow some sort of patriotic or heroic act, like this nut job that was planning to do just that.
And I'd love, did you hear the White House statement on this? The president and vice president have been briefed about the security incident. That's what they're calling it, not assassination attempt, at the Trump International Golf Course. They are relieved to know that he is safe. They will be kept regularly updated by their team.
Yes, their thimble runneth over with concern. So this too, I mean, this is the problem, and this is the source of the cynicism, building off of what Stolen Valor Blumenthal foreshadowed about the forthcoming July 13th report. People are going to be shocked. What could shock us? What that we don't already know is going to shock us? That's my question, but maybe there will be something. Anyway, several high-ranking Secret Service agents are stepping down just before the release of said internal investigation into the failures that led to the assassination attempt on Trump in Butler, PA. Among the findings is the revelation that agents did not instruct local police to secure the rooftop. Right. We already know that. So again, I can only maintain the shock over something I know for so long. But the fact that they're going to quietly retire, and this is the agency holding itself accountable. Again, we all failed, so no one individually failed. Now we need you guys to walk the plank. You're going to have to take early retirement and disappear so we can, put a brave face on this reckoning we're doing internally. It's all window dressing, and it all speaks to a cultural rot in these agencies, as far as I'm concerned. Carol and Moments.
Well, good morning, Dan and Amy. I have two things. The first is blaming Trump for this is like blaming the baby for an abortion. The other thought is I want to know the questions that Kamala was not to be asked by ABC News. So that's it.
Okay, thanks for the call, Carol.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
All right, if you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. After 2 excruciatingly painful years, Mortgage rates are finally dropping, and your current lender is going to be hounding you to refinance. Now, if your current lender is Rocket Mortgage, listen to how they treated Kara in Romeoville. Last July, Rocket charged Kara over $10,000 to refinance, which, according to David, is excessive. This past July, Rocket Mortgage tried charging Kara more than $9,000 to refinance again. Now, upon her father's recommendation, Kara's contacted David to review Rocket's offer, and David exposed Rocket Mortgage's game of offering low rates by charging excessive closing costs. Kara canceled her loan with Rocket Mortgage and will be refinancing with Team Hochberg when it's in her, not their, financial best interests. If you want to work with a lender who will always look out for your financial best interests, call Team Hochberg now, 855-563-2843, 855-563-2843, or visit their website, 56david.com. That number again, 855-563-2854. Visit 56david.com, lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Quick delivery service. What do you need delivered today?
Hi, I'm trying to work through a last-minute to-do list for my boss. Can you deliver a hard drive to the Loop in Chicago?
We can deliver that today.
Okay, can you deliver 20 boxes to a client in Rockford?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver 12 pallets of tile to our customer in Naperville?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver a large envelope to Northbrook?
We can deliver that today.
Oh my gosh, I think my water just broke. Can you...
We cannot deliver that.
Quick Delivery Service delivers your package no matter the size. More than just a messenger service, Quick Delivery Service is a messenger and trucking service that can also provide scheduled routes for your daily delivery or your air shipment. Trucks are equipped to handle the load and provide ground-level service for same-day delivery. The Quick Delivery Service team of safe, licensed professionals can provide quick door-to-door service for your special delivery. QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. We deliver that today. But we don't deliver this.
A healthy fawn may be seen frolicking in its pen. Who would have not survived? Or a rehabilitated horse might be running in the pasture that had once been malnourished and not used to human kindness. Their success is from the dedicated volunteers at Paws Critter Crossing, an amazing not-for-profit organization that saves critters in crisis. Paws Critter Crossing, located right here in Chicagoland, is a rehabilitation center for injured and orphaned wildlife and a sanctuary for farm animals that have been abused or abandoned. Please help PCC raise desperately needed funds so they can continue their mission in giving these animals a second chance in life by registering for their fundraiser event on September 28th. Go to pawscrittercrossing.org and click on events. You can buy tickets for their dinner, which includes an open bar and entertainment. Experience the bidding excitement on their online auction, or just hit the donate option. Tickets are on sale now through September 20th. Tickets will not be sold at the door. pawscrittercrossing.org. Click on events. No donation is too small.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:06, Kamala sits down for her first solo interview. What an accomplishment with Philadelphia's Ron Majors. We'll have the local news affiliate guy's effort to pin Kamala down at 6:06.
And why she likes lawns so much. Today it's going to be warm, a high of 90 degrees. It is 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
This is a Fox News alert. Former President Trump targeted again. I'm Dave Anthony. In the second assassination attempt in about 2 months, this time in Florida. But he posted on Truth Social just before midnight a thank you to everyone for their concern and well wishes. The former president also praised Secret Service and law enforcement for doing an outstanding job.
But there are questions this morning over how the suspect was able to get about 300 to 500 yards away from the former president. Police say Secret Service agents were walking ahead of Trump at his golf course in West Palm Beach when one of them spotted a rifle sticking out of a fence.
Fox's Madeline Rivera says agents opened fire. The accused gunman fled.
Law enforcement identified the suspect as Ryan Wesley Ruth. Ruth drove away from the area, but he was quickly arrested because a witness had taken a photo of his car and license plate.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw says,
In the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro.
Now, the suspect, Ryan Ruth, is said to have been a Trump supporter in 2016,
but not anymore. President Biden, in a statement, condemned political violence. Vice President Harris, Trump's 2024 election rival, says we almost do our part to ensure this incident does not lead to more violence. Republican Congressman Michael Waltz spoke out on Fox against anti-Trump rhetoric.
This narrative that he will be the next dictator, that he is the next Hitler coming, it has got to stop. Enough is enough.
A member of the Jackson 5 has died. Tito Jackson was Michael's brother and a key part of the group that had hits in the 1970s and 80s. He was 70 years old. TV's best shows were honored last night at the Emmys. FX's Shogun won the most, 18, including Best Drama. Hacks, which is on Max, got the Emmy for Best Comedy. America's listening to Fox News.
66 degrees in Chicago. At 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Chicago is primed out to pay $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. City Council Finance Committee this morning will decide whether to approve payouts stemming from 5 lawsuits filed in the state and federal courts since 2019, including cases linked to John Burge. The largest payout is scheduled to go to Anthony Jakes. The $11.6 million settlement stems from a shooting and robbery in May of 1991, where an anonymous caller tipped police to Jakes, who was charged with felony murder. He was released on parole in June of 2012. Former high-ranking police oversight official has filed a whistleblower lawsuit against the city of Chicago, alleging he was wrongfully fired after raising alarms about bias and mismanagement within the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. The Chicago Sun-Times was first to report that the complaint filed last week in Cook County Court by former COPA Deputy Chief Matthew Heyman marks the latest broadside against the agency, charged with probing serious allegations of police misconduct, including officer-involved shootings. The suit claims COPA Chief Administrator Andrea Kirsten fired him and another COPA employee after they complained to both a civilian oversight panel and the city's top watchdog about the integrity of COPA. Legal wrangling over Illinois' gun ban is set to resume today in East St. Louis, where a federal judge will consider a challenge to the constitutionality of the law, almost 2 years old, favored by the Pritzker administration, that so far has barely withstood a barrage of challenges from Second Amendment advocates. The bench trial before District Judge Stephen McGlynn could be a difficult test for the ban on many semi-automatic weapons. However, McGlynn last year did say the law was likely unconstitutional following a hearing over a request seeking to temporarily block the ban. Bears lost to the Texans 19-13. Cubs a win over Colorado's 6-2, and the White Sox beat the A's 4-3. The news, a service of Crosscom Public Adjusters. If your home or business has an insurance claim, Crosscom will help you get what you need and have coming to you. They've helped thousands. CrossComPublicAdjusters.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time to pay attention. In 2022 and 2023, they bought more gold than ever before. And now in 2024, the trend is accelerating. Why? Because central banks have lost faith in the dollar. And in these uncertain times, gold is the ultimate safe haven. If you too are worried about the dollar, I urge you to take similar action by diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold with my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax-advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-912-9434. 888-912-9434. That's 888-912-9434.
Get ready for the most important film of the year. From dusty small-town roots to the glitter of Hollywood and then on to commanding the world stage, Reagan is a cinematic journey of overcoming the odds and captures the indomitable spirit of the American dream. Starring Dennis Quaid as Ronald Reagan, this powerful new movie offers a profound exploration of the enduring impact of the power of one man who overcame the odds, sustained by the love of a woman who supported him in his journey. And Reagan's faith will leave you feeling moved and inspired. Reagan releases in theaters nationwide on August 30th. This is the movie everyone needs to see. Join me and vote for Reagan at the box office.
My very good friend Mark Joseph is the producer behind this film. He's been talking to me about this film for it's got to be close to 15 years. A labor of love. It is fantastic.
Tickets are available now at Reagan.movie. That's Reagan.movie. Reagan in theaters nationwide now.
6:08, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Good news to travelers on I-57. They have, according to the Illinois State Police, just reopened that inbound expressway. It had been shut down between 159th back to 120 or up to 127th due to an earlier accident investigation. It also means the Tri-State's northbound off-ramp to I-57 has also now been reopened as well. Checking the Kennedy travel time early this morning. Right now inbound from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange at 35. The traffic is a service of Valdecas Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality and professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecas Windows, your award-winning Platinum, Elite, Pella certified contractor. Visit Valdecas.com. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
A very warm day today. Sunshine. Our high today up to 90. Clear tonight, low 63. And then sun and clouds. A nice warm day tomorrow. The high 86. Sunny and warm again on Wednesday. The high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
66 at O'Hare. Next news 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Buoyed by her debate performance, Kamala is really putting herself out there. Real high wire act now. She sat down for an unscripted 11-minute interview with ABC affiliate in Philadelphia and their version of Ron Majors, which is to say an empty-headed dude with good hair.
Action 6 News, where the news comes first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Real hard-hitting interview. Was just a disgrace.
He gave her, that Ron Burgundy dude out there in Philly, gave her a second chance to answer the first question that was offered in the debate last week. Well,
how did that go?
Let's see how she did. This is, again, just a couple things Give us one or two things which you're going to do to try to bring down prices for ordinary Americans.
When we talk about bringing down prices and making life more affordable for people, what are one or two specific things you have in mind for that?
Don't do it. Don't.
Well, I'll start with this. I
I
grew
was
up a middle-class
born-
kid.
yeah.
My mother raised my sister
It all
and me. She worked
began
very hard.
with a glint in the eye.
She was
Back in
able to
Montreal.
finally save up enough money to buy our first house when I was a teenager.
Then what
I
happened?
grew up in a community of hardworking people.
I
You
like
know,
lawns.
construction workers and nurses and teachers. And I try to explain to some people who may not have had the same experience, but a lot of people will relate to this. I grew up in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawn.
I love lawn.
And I was raised to believe and to know that all people deserve dignity.
Oh my God.
And that we as Americans have a beautiful character. We have ambitions and aspirations and dreams, but not everyone necessarily has access to the resources that can help them fuel those dreams and ambitions. So when I talk about building an opportunity economy, it is very much with the mind of investing in the ambitions and aspirations and the incredible work ethic of the American people, and creating opportunity for people, for example, to start a small business. My mother, worked long hours, and our neighbor helped raise us. We used to call her, I still call her, our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small business owners. I learned who they are from my childhood, and she was a community leader. She hired locally. She mentored. Our small businesses are so much a part of the fabric of our communities, not to mention, really, I think, the backbone of America's economy.
312-642-5600. That's our turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on the same line.
Those sessions with her Daily Show thought advisor, Rose Dahlia Hibiscus, are really paying off. There's no question about that. That's just a super fascinating response to what are you going to do to lower prices, is this journey through the annals of Kamala Harris's personal history. It's wonderful.
But Ron Burgundy didn't push back. He didn't say, well, wait. No, we've heard that story before. We need to know exactly what the plan is.
Could network affiliate news media be in big cities be any more comical? You think they're going to push back? The guy talking to her is just as vapid as she is. The two of them together don't have a single thought bouncing around in their heads. They are literally just like AI cant spewers, political cant spewers. How do you lower prices? Let me tell you about growing up as a middle-class kid in a neighborhood of construction workers. I love small businesses.
I love lawn.
Opportunity and aspirations are good things, and I'm for that. That's what I mean when I say opportunity economy. When I say opportunity economy, what I'm talking about is opportunity. Try and follow me here. Yeah, it's difficult. It's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All very high-minded, very reach beyond your grasp, like the graduation speech at or like the graduation speaker at your local high school. Tomorrow is for you, and grab the future, carpe diem, opportunity, all in all, and just stringing words together in no particular order. That's what she does when she is left to her own devices, and she's trying to remember the same canned answers that she gave on Tuesday night in that debate. When she finally got around to a couple of those specifics that Rob Riggle, or whatever that guy's name is, asked, demanded of her, this is what she had to say. I mean, so on the substance of it, after you're sort of lulled into, almost being comatose, then comes we're going to deal with government-induced inflation and dollar devaluation with more government, obviously.
My opportunity economy plan includes giving startups a $50,000 tax deduction to start their small business. It used to be $5,000. Nobody can start a small business with $5,000.
Nobody can start a small
investing-
business with 50 either, especially a tax deduction. That's not actual cash. She doesn't know the difference between a tax credit and tax deduction, so she uses them interchangeably. They're not interchangeable. She doesn't know the difference between a tax credit and a tax deduction and a grant, because those terms are used interchangeably. And it was just one, the stuff you've heard before, so I don't want to belabor the point, but it's this tax credit and the child tax credit and the $25,000 in cash to buy a home, which, of course, as anybody with a room temperature IQ who's lived in the world for a minute knows, will just increase the price of homes by $25,000. What you subsidize, you get more of. Please see college tuition. I mean, this is not that complicated, except to Kamala and her supporters. Here's another one. Just another vocab vomit moment. I mean, honestly, Holman Jenkins had a good write-up on her in the Wall Street Journal over the weekend. Just this portion of it, and think about this portion of it while you're listening to what we'll play in a second. Jenkins writes, voters are looking for that twinkle of original liquid shrewdness that a president must bring to matters landing on her desk. I ask myself to picture Miss Harris in such a situation. I try to imagine words from her mouth and whether they show a mastery of risk and opportunity. I have a hard time doing so. Donald Trump has spoken millions of public words. There are memoirs and histories of his presidency. Along with chaos and eccentricity, the record shows him capable of being shrewd and realistic. He authorized Operation Warp Speed. He changed Iran's every calculation by killing Soleimani, but then didn't respond to Iran's response, saying he had made his point. He apparently understood that even unrealistic threats voiced by a U.S. president can complicate China's thinking over Taiwan and Russia's over Ukraine. I mean, just to give you a couple of examples that compare and contrast Trump for all of his rhetorical forays from Kamala Harris, who is shown, as Holman Jenkins uses, I like this phraseology, that twinkle of original liquid shrewdness, the ability to master risk and opportunity. She possesses none of those things, as she makes clear when she is asked the probing question. Boy, another real zinger, a screwball from the ABC affiliate in Philly's Ron Burgundy there. How are you different from Biden? That's it. How are you different from Biden? Give me an example of how you're different from Biden. You'd think that'd be a pretty easy question. You'd be wrong.
Well, I'm obviously not Joe Biden. And, I offer a new generation of leadership. And so, for example, thinking about developing and creating an opportunity economy where it's about investing in areas that really need a lot of work, and maybe focusing on, again, the aspirations and the dreams, but also just recognizing that at this moment in time, some of the stuff we could take for granted years ago, we can't take for granted anymore. For example, another plan that I have that is a new approach is to expand the child tax credit to $6,000.
Not new.
For young families for the first year of their child's life, because that is obviously a very critical stage of development of a child. And a lot of young parents need the help to buy a car seat or a crib or clothes for their kids. And so my approach is about new ideas, new policies that are directed at the current moment. And also, to be very honest with you, my focus is very much in what we need to do over the next 10, 20 years to catch up to the 21st century around, again, capacity, but also challenges.
The reporter, like he's very concerned.
What we need to do over the next 10 to 20 years to catch up to the 21st century, both in terms of capacity and challenges. What in the world does that mean? No one knows. No one knows. There's nothing that she said that is decipherable or accurate. But other than that, okay, one more. I got to do one more. Another. I mean, this is...
When he asked her about the gun, he didn't ask her what kind of weapon she owns and why she bought a weapon.
No. This is out of left field.
Okay.
This is a tough one. All right.
I'm sitting down.
So you got to give her some latitude on this. He came at the end with the heat. Try and close it out. Something about Kamala we don't know.
I don't know. I mean, probably it's not very different from anybody watching right now. I love my family. One of my favorite things that I lately have not been able to do is Sunday family dinner. I love to cook. I have incredible friends. My best friend from kindergarten is still my best friend. I think that, I mean, I have a career that really, and I said it the other day, you know, as a career prosecutor, I never asked a victim of crime, were they a Republican or a Democrat. The only thing I ever asked them is, are you okay?
This is one thing. I just asked for one freaking thing.
I
Now
think
you're
that's
talking about
the
being a
approach
prosecutor
that
again?
most
What is
Americans
that?
want, regardless of who they voted for in the last
We
election.
also know you're a prosecutor.
In terms of turning the page and charting a new way
Did
forward.
you turn the page?
Oh, my God.
Bye, turn the page.
It is just so punishing. Dean in Sarasota, Florida.
Hey, Dan and Amy. Dean Matt for the listeners. Permission to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, permission granted.
Hurry up before we turn the page.
So I wrote a book about 5 years ago. It had to do with the cannabis industry, but I got off on a tangent. I talked about Kamala's 2019 debate, and she said this at the debate. It's still in the transcripts. She wanted to spend $2 trillion for HBCUs. Now, she probably meant billion or maybe 200 billion or 200, who knows? But the fact is nobody fact-checked her. The media is not watching. Fast forward to just recently. On September 4th, she announced she wants to do 25 million new business applications in her first year. There's 150 million people in the workforce. 25 million new business applications. Let's say each business has 2 people. That's probably a little low. I would say maybe 10 people, but let's just say 2 people. That's 50 million people out of 150 million people. That's a third of the workforce. What's she want to do? Hollow out IBM and
Look,
and
Dean,
and everybody.
Focus on the grandiose vision. Don't focus on where the commas and the decimal points are. Okay?
I'm sorry, I was doing the math.
Yeah,
Hey, by the way,
there's no math here. Yeah.
Did you see the Live Golf at Bolingbrook over the weekend?
No, I did not.
Oh, well, they played Bolingbrook, and as you may
I know.
remember, Dan, that's where we won the golf. And Luann asked me, what hole did I beat Amy on the long drive on that one? Because they reversed the nines. It was very confusing.
Oh, that's
Have a good
right.
day.
Yeah, very good. Thanks for the call, Dean. I remember that. Yeah, we had a couple of golf outings at Bolingbrook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the what Dean's talking about, it's very much like Kamala claiming, as she did multiple times, that 220 million Americans died from COVID. 220 million.
I mean, that would wipe out us.
You think, someone who knows what they're talking about,
Yeah.
you can misspeak, but you hear what you said, and then you correct it. Or somebody tells you, you just said 220 million, and then you correct it. No, not Kamala. George in Naperville.
Dan, when I listen to Kamala, I realize life is worth living and all Americans can live their life to the fullest.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad she's imbued you with a new sense of optimism, George. Matt in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, I want to say I have empathy for her because she sounds just like me my sophomore year when I had to do a book report and I did not read the book. And I had to answer the questions to the teachers. And the further I got into it, the more spilkies I got and the drier mouth. And she does the same thing. She has to switch her thought. She always shakes her voice and gets dry mouth.
Yeah, she was nervous.
That's perfect. Thanks for the
I
comment.
mean, you could hear her swallowing during the interview, like.
That's she sounds like somebody who's doing a book report for a book she hasn't read. That's perfect. Yeah, that nails it.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
There is no foundation like the rock of honesty and fairness. And when you begin to build your life on that rock, with the cement of the faith in God that you have, then you have a real start. Those who would trade our freedom for the soup kitchen of the welfare state have told us they have a utopian solution of peace without victory. They call their policy accommodation. And they say if we'll only avoid any direct confrontation with the enemy, he'll forget his evil ways and learn to love us. All who oppose them are indicted as warmongers. They say we offer simple answers to complex problems. Well, perhaps there is a simple answer, not an easy answer. but simple. If you and I have the courage to tell our elected officials that we want our national policy based on what we know in our hearts is morally right.
This moment in American history has been brought to you by Earthworks. Learn more at earthworksinc.com.
I'm worried about Mom. She's having a tough time moving around the house.
Oh, I know. She still thinks she can do everything on her own.
Exactly, but I've been over there every day this week, helping her navigate the stairs, cooking meals, reminding her to take her medicine. I'm always nervous when I leave.
You know what? I admire you for taking care of Mom. But your family needs you too. And what if she slips and falls? A friend recommended the caregivers at Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. They service Cook, DuPage, Kane, and Will counties. They guarantee compatibility and they'll conduct a free safety assessment of her home. Plus, they'll provide as little or as much care as Mom needs.
Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest, offering both hourly and live-in care. Schedule a free assessment today by calling 331-281-0728. That's 331-281-0728. Again, that's 331-281-0728. And tell them AM 560 sent you. Senior Helpers of Naperville Southwest. Senior care, only better.
By the way, just to substantiate the claim I made about Kamala's COVID claims.
Yeah.
Over 220 million Americans who just in the last several months died.
We are in the midst of a public health epidemic that has taken the lives of over 220 million Americans in just the last several months.
I mean, 104 million people got COVID. Not 200. I mean, what an idiot. God.
And by the way,
was she trying to scare people though into taking a vaccine? I mean, what was the point of the conversation? Because that's all they did.
The
fearmongers.
The other thing about the lawn thing that you mentioned too. I mean that's just like that's the sort of Norman Rockwell cut and paste rap that politicians do who don't know what they're talking about. So, for example, if she was a politician in Chicago, you know what she'd say? I used to sit in the front room with my grandma. And we, you know, blah,
front
blah.
porch.
She would do, you know, and whatever. It's the classic, you know, where globally I'm sort of, you know, in the Rockwellian caricaturing of America and my life and respect for those who play by the rules. And then if you're a local politician, then no matter where you are, you're sort of woven into the rich tapestry of the constituency you're talking to at any given moment. It's all so fake. All right. Dan Proft here for Low T Center. If you're often feeling tired, lacking motivation and drive, gaining weight, or noticing a loss of muscle mass, these could all be signs of low testosterone. Don't wait. Find out. At Low T Center, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, it gets the results back in about 25 minutes. Low T Center is where I have gone the past several years to get myself tested. It's not a typical doctor's office. Their physicians specialize in treating low testosterone with customized therapy, or TRT, for each patient. The experts at Low T Center have more than a decade of experience helping patients achieve life-changing results, and most health insurance is accepted for treatment. For established patients with stable T levels, they also offer a convenient physician-monitored self-inject treatment plan that ships directly to your home each month without the need to come in for weekly visits. And at Low T Center, you can always get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Are you a driver of a Ford PowerStroke diesel engine? Tired of taking your Ford PowerStroke diesel in to be misdiagnosed or paying for repairs that don't fix the problem? Well, bring your vehicle to the diesel headquarters, Remke's Garage. The shop is equipped with state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment and highly trained technicians. Take it to the experts. Take it to Remke's Garage. Remke's Garage specializes in Ford PowerStroke, Chevy Duramax, Dodge Cummins, Mercedes Sprinter, and Isuzu diesel engines and transmission repairs. At Remke's, they'll make your vehicle repairs convenient by offering a free commercial loaner vehicle.
Remke's Garage, where you won't spend $1,000 to fix a $100 problem. Call for details and to schedule an appointment at 800-5-REMKES. or visit remkesgarage.com. Remke's Garage, your diesel headquarters.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk more about the latest assassination attempt on former President Trump with Stephen Bucci from the Heritage Foundation at 6:36.
And did Dan get his passport? We'll find out. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
64 degrees at 6:31. A suspect is in custody after what the FBI is calling an apparent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Fox's Brooke Singman has more details this morning.
The former president was playing the fifth hole when Secret Service agents spotted the suspect and opened fire. According to authorities, the suspect, Ryan Wesley Ruth, was around 300 to 500 yards from Trump. The suspect fled the area in his car, which was quickly spotted on I-95 after a witness saw and took a photo of the vehicle and license plate. He was stopped and arrested. Trump is now praising law enforcement for swiftly removing him from danger, saying, quote, "I want to thank the U.S. Secret Service, Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, and his Office of Brave and Dedicated Patriots, and all of law enforcement for the incredible job done today at Trump International in keeping me safe." Brooke Singman, Fox News.
A federal appeals court is set to hear arguments today on challenges to a law that would ban TikTok in the U.S. if the popular video sharing app doesn't divest from its Chinese owner. A missile fired by Yemen's Houthi-backed rebels has landed in an open area in central Israel, triggering air raid sirens at its international airport. The Coast Guard holding public hearings on last year's implosion of the OceanGate Titan submersible that was on its way to visit the wreck of the Titanic. All 5 on board were killed. Chicago is set to pay out $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. City Council Finance Committee will vote today on whether to approve the payouts, all stemming from 5 lawsuits filed in the state in federal courts since 2019, including cases linked to John Burge. The largest payout scheduled to go to Anthony Jakes, who was tied to a shooting and robbery in May of 1991. He was released from prison on parole in June of 2012. Downtown streets in Chicago back open following celebrations of Mexican Independence Day over the weekend.
You know, it's Mexican Independence. I love seeing other people's cultures, like the flags. You know, there's a lot of like Venezuelans here now. You know, all the like Honduran people. You know, we're all Latinos. You know, so we all gotta share love.
Controversy brewing in Little Village as Starbucks prepares to open a new location in a plaza that once housed dozens of local small businesses. Last year, small business owners' efforts to save the Little Village discount mall hit a dead end.
We have seen that money buys power here, and we have people power, which is more stronger than money, because the community doesn't need this type of businesses because we already have great coffee shops here in Little Village.
Many residents are now opposed to the new community-focused Starbucks. The store will replace small businesses in that Little Village plaza. Caleb Williams and the Bears fell to the Texans 19-13. Williams just 174 yards through the air, throwing 2 interceptions. Cubs snapped their 3-game losing skid with a 6-2 win over Colorado, while the White Sox were winners over the A's, 4-3. The news, a service of Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery of your routes. Ground delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals. Go to quickdelivery.com now to schedule your delivery. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This is an urgent announcement for anyone that's $10,000 or more in debt. Before you make another minimum payment, you need to know there are special programs that can completely free you of your debt. Total Financial Freedom can help you become debt-free in months instead of years. Resolve your credit card debt, signature loans, department store cards, internet loans, and timeshares. Call now at 800-533-6605 for a free consultation. For 17 years, Total Financial Freedom has helped thousands get out of debt. You can feel confident when calling because Total Financial Freedom is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and a Christian-owned company. Don't get stuck in the endless cycle of payments. You have the right to get your debt resolved and substantially reduce your monthly payments. Call Christian-owned Total Financial Freedom now at 800-533-6605. That's 800-533-6605. 800-533-6605.
It's Jeep Adventure Days, and Bettenhausen Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram on 159th Street in Tinley Park has your ticket to anywhere. Hurry into Bettenhausen and get huge savings off MSRP on a new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, or Jeep Gladiator. Bettenhausen has big savings on a new Ram 1500 or new Chrysler Pacifica. Bettenhausen has the Midwest's best selection. Choose from over 900 vehicles with no hassle and no haggle. Showroom never closes at BettenhausenCDJR.com.
Chicago needs election judges for the November 5th presidential election. You must be a U.S. citizen and a registered voter in Cook County, and you can earn anywhere from $170 to $230 for your service. Are you bilingual in Spanish, Chinese, Hindi, Polish, Korean, or Tagalog? The Chicago Board of Elections definitely needs your help. Go to pollworker.chicagoelections.gov to learn more and apply.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
6:37. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center Time is a service of Bank of America with powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. copyright 2024. Eden's heavy and slow already. 31 Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy weighing in at 1 hour. O'Hare to the Burns Circle interchange. Dan Ryan coming inbound 23 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunshine, a high near 90 today. 64 right now. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. This was interesting. Oliver Weissman writing over at the Free Press. Ryan Ruth is not a name that was familiar to most Americans when he was identified Sunday as the suspected would-be assassin of Donald Trump. But when it was made public, my colleague Tanya Lukanova got a call from someone she used to work with. Why? Because Tanya had interviewed Ruth last year over video for a piece she reported on for Semaphore on American-trained Afghan commandos who wanted to fight for Ukraine. This assassin, I don't want to use his name too much, but just for the context of this write-up, the would-be assassin in custody as of yesterday had started something called the International Volunteer Center, which purported to help foreigners seeking to assist Ukraine's war effort. He spoke to Weissman's colleague, Tanya Lukanova, about his frustration with Kyiv over how it handled foreign fighters. Quoting him, Ukraine is very often hard to work with. Many foreign soldiers leave after a week in Ukraine or must move from unit to unit to find a place they are respected and appreciated. says Tanya of this guy, the would-be assassin. He was a zealous guy, an American who really wanted to volunteer to help Ukraine. You could tell right away that he's crazy, but I think people thought, who cares? He's supporting the right cause. Everyone knew him as a little zealous, a bit much, but nobody really cared about that too much because he was on the side of good. He was helping Ukraine. Back then, he was, quote, just a harmless loon who didn't do anything too crazy. Though, Weissman notes, not totally harmless. Records indicate a long list of run-ins with the law in North Carolina, including a 2002 conviction for possessing a fully automatic machine gun.
Oh, really?
But he didn't strike Tanya Lukanova, this journalist, as particularly dangerous. She said he reminded her of Brad Pitt in Burn After Reading, if I'm completely honest, which is, I mean, that's an interesting reference because it does definitely connotes sort of, you know, like, remember the Brad Pitt character? He's like this
unstableness.
No, he's this like bumbling, dim-witted personal trainer who tries to bribe a CIA analyst, blackmail a CIA analyst. I mean, so you know, he was you don't see him as particularly threatening because he's not particularly competent. Is the takeaway? Well, thankfully he wasn't particularly competent yesterday. But the question is, how competent exactly is the Secret Service at present? Rick Bradshaw, who's the sheriff for West Palm, addressed the media yesterday in conjunction with the FBI to explain what had happened at Trump International. Here's what he said.
All right, 1:30 this afternoon, call came out, shots fired. That was called in by the Secret Service. Because we're in constant contact with them all the time, we were notified of that, and we had units here that immediately sealed off the area. Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag, which was great. So we had that information. Our real-time crime center put it out to the license plate readers. And we were able to get a hit on that vehicle on I-95 as it was headed into Martin County. We got a hold of Martin County Sheriff's Office, alerted them, and they spotted the vehicle and pulled it over and detained the guy. After that, we took the the witness that witnessed the incident, flew him up there, and he identified as the person that he saw running out of the bushes and jumped into the car. Now, in the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of. So those are being processed right now. The Secret Service agent that was on the course did a fantastic job. What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at. And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off. So that's what we know about the investigation. We have somebody in custody.
Yeah, of course we know they've got somebody in custody now. For more on this, please be joined by Stephen Bucci. He served America for 3 decades as Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official. Now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
It's always my pleasure to be on the show. Sorry we have to talk about another one of these kind of stories, but
well, right, and
like it's not going to stop.
Well, that's therein lies the problem, is the belief that it's not going to stop. It doesn't speak too well of Secret Service or FBI for that matter, but just specifically in Secret Service, I mean, you know, it's nice that they have some good forecaddies, but I'm a little more concerned about the lack of security planning and the lack of having a crack shot or two in the detail. We've got a lot of questions about what went down yesterday.
Yeah, I do too. You know, they've talked about it and said, well, you know, he's not the sitting president, so he doesn't get the same size detail as, you know, as Biden would have. But, you know, they upped it from what it was. Well, okay, it must have really been terrible before. And as you know, we know as a result, we had the incident in Pennsylvania where the president was shot and bystanders were killed in a ridiculous scenario. Look, going one hole ahead of the president with one person to scan an entire golf hole, there's a lot of places to hide on your average golf hole. If the president's going to walk up the middle of the fairway out in the open, it's a miracle that this guy spotted that rifle muzzle sticking out of the bushes through the fence. That is just miraculous. Why weren't people walking the fence line?
Mm-hmm.
You know, actually in the woods on the outside checking for that sort of stuff? Why wasn't the whole golf course, or at least 1 9 at a time, screened completely before the president was released to go out and play? This is clearly he doesn't have enough people on his detail because they're not doing good security techniques. I mean, kudos to the sheriff. The sheriff was being really kind, and basically what he was saying is, man, I mean, not to sound like I'm being jokey, but we dodged a bullet here. Thank God this guy was lucky enough to spot this fella. And I don't know, Aaron, he may have just pulled out his sidearm and fired at the guy. Fortunately, that was enough to make him run. But this is all pretty miraculous. And if I was a bad guy, I'd be looking at this going, man, these guys, this is like amateur hour. I think I can take this guy out.
Well, but he was a bad shot. He didn't shoot him. He fired 3 times. According to the FBI, he fired 3 shots at him, and he didn't even hit him.
Yeah, but I don't know how far away he was.
Right.
I don't know. Is he just shooting at the spot in the bushes where he saw the rifle? We don't know those details yet.
Yeah, but
I'm not going to question his marksmanship until I know what kind of shot he actually tried to take.
No, right. It's one of the questions, because the point is that you were getting to. I mean, he's within 500 feet. The reporting is he was within 500 feet of the president. So we learned nothing from Butler. You had somebody that was able to get within 500 feet of a former president of the United States with a rifle, with a scope.
Yeah, and again, in a completely open area. You know, no offense, but walking down the middle of a golf course fairway, you're pretty wide open from, 360 degrees for the most case. Maybe not the section where the tee box is, but from all of the fairway sides. And with an AK-47, you can shoot that 300-400 yards even with open sights and not too much training. So this is really a scary thing. I mean, the Secret Service knew this damning report was coming from their own people. Why were they not already making changes in President Trump's detail and their methodologies? They got to get off the dime.
They're too busy covering their asses. You know, we're the reporting of senior Secret Service agents are going to, or personnel are going to retire in advance of this report that's forthcoming, and so on and so forth. So everybody's, running for the bushes, so to speak, to make sure that nobody's held particularly accountable. Except I have to retire a year or two earlier than I thought I was going to retire, so I may take a couple points off my pension, which is not exactly the accountability we're looking for.
No, not at all. And, look, I've worked with the Secret Service extensively when I was a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, and they're normally pretty good people. I mean, to the point of being obsessive about their jobs. But what we're seeing both in Pennsylvania and now down in Florida, I don't know who they gave to President Trump to be his detail, but they're clearly not up to the task of what's going on right now. And they have a responsibility. I don't care if they hate President Trump. They have a responsibility to protect him.
Yeah, well, apparently we found out that the head of the Miami field office for the FBI does, in fact, hate President Trump, and they had to scrub his social media posts before they leveled him up to the head of that field office in Miami. So I mean, here again, it's just like it. And I'm not saying it's this way, but you can understand, especially absent any sort of disclosures and reckoning, These things have to feel like it's a fifth column action. I mean, you have to wrap your head around the idea that these agencies are that incompetent, and they have such blind hatred of Trump that even if it's not purposeful, they're taking their foot off the pedal because they don't care what happens to this guy.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think we need to look higher. You know, the Secret Service works for the Department of Homeland Security, and that the leadership of the Department of Homeland Security has been getting a total pass on all these conversations.
Yeah.
As if the Secret Service were a completely independent organization. They're not. They are part of a department. And that department, we know, has a tendency, their leadership, to lie through their teeth about what's going on in the real world, particularly when they talk about the border. But I think this investigation needs to go higher. Somebody's been given the Secret Service orders to slow roll the detail on President Trump. Hey, that's not a priority. That sort of thing that seems to be there. So I'm not even thinking this is just one, anti-Trump field agent or agent in charge. This has got to be a systemic issue. And Congress should dig in way deeper than they already have and get to the bottom of this. And you would hope there's some journalists out there, even ones who don't like Trump, who would say, wow, we've got to do our job. We've got to fix this problem. But it doesn't seem like it's coming.
Well, do you think that the shooter knew that Trump would be golfing yesterday? Because according to Fox News, they said only a small circle of people knew that he was going to take the afternoon and go golfing.
I don't know that yet. We've got to dig into it. He could have just been taking a chance and saying, well, there's normally nobody out there. He saw extra cars and he said, hey, Trump's there. It's a Sunday. He's likely to play golf. I know a good place I can hide and maybe get a shot at him.
Something else, too, on this forthcoming report. Dick Blumenthal was on record saying, the American people are going to be shocked. But, from the previewing of the report that will be released with respect to July 13th, what strikes me, like most of these reports? All the report does is confirm what everybody paying attention already knows. And it's presented like, well, you might have thought this, but now here is the official record. And that's all well and good, but that's not surprising. That's not shocking. It almost is like we're going to put our official stamp of approval on what everybody already knows, and that will be the definitive statement on the topic, and then we can all move on.
Yeah. Oh, well, you're talking Blumenthal here, who, is a perpetual liar.
Well, I know.
But he also has a vested interest in helping the Dems move this off the news and get to the other end. So I think your analysis is spot on. He's trying to play this up, put more lipstick on the pig, and have everybody go, oh, okay, well, they did a big investigation. Let's just move on. And I don't think we should, because we're clearly not at the bottom of the problems in the Secret Service right now. And what's going to happen if President Trump wins? These are going to be the same people that are now protecting him, all the time, supposedly at the sitting president level. Can we trust them? Are we going to have to bring in new people to help protect the president? And boy, everybody will scream bloody murder about that. But I wouldn't feel too comfortable if I was President Trump.
Yeah, as a caller to our show said earlier, it's too bad the Pinkerton agency isn't around anymore, because those guys knew how to affect protection and eliminate threats too. Maybe that's where we need to go. Stephen Bucci served America for 3 decades as an Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thanks as always.
Thanks for having me on the show, guys. Have a great week.
You too, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Would you go to court without a lawyer when the other guy is lawyered up? Or are you going to go it alone and learn law and procedure as you go? When you have an insurance claim for your home or business, it's the same thing.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company.
Insurance companies will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%, and we could do the same for you. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
By the way, the Pinkerton Agency is still around, but you know what people are referencing is the Pinkertons at the height of their power and profile back in the Old West. That's what we're thinking about, as I mentioned, like Deadwood, the Deadwood Pinkertons. Anyway,
Dan, they've been around since 1850. So
yeah, it's been around for a minute. Dan Proft here for Willows Academy. You've heard me talk about Willows Academy for years. Willows is an authentically Catholic all-girls school in Des Plaines that supports traditional values. For nearly 50 years, Willows has partnered with families in the Chicagoland area to educate young women who will change the world. On September 20th, that's Friday, right? Yeah, Friday. They're hosting prominent author of Awake But Not Woke, Noelle Meering, who we had on the show last week. They've invited our listeners to an exclusive presentation at the school on how your family can react and respond effectively to the woke ideology permeating our society. This inspiring yet practical presentation will describe how we as parents can respond and protect our families and provide vital guidance and much-needed leadership to often misguided families and friends. To RSVP, just visit willowsacademy.org/woke. willowsacademy.org/woke. Don't miss author Noelle Meering as she discusses her book, Awake But Not Woke, at Willows Academy in Des Plaines on Friday, September 20th, 6 o'clock in the p.m. Again, to register, go to willowsacademy.org/woke.
What a waste of time, money, and vacation days. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. And if you've had a bad knee or hip replacement surgery, you know exactly what I'm talking about because sometimes the surgery doesn't even work. But there is an alternative, QC Kinetics. Check it out before you go under the knife. QC Kinetics uses your own body's properties to repair damaged joint tissue due to arthritis or an injury. Folks, it's regenerative medicine. Think about it. If you cut your hand, it eventually heals. But don't take my word for it. Find out for yourself with a free consultation. And what's really cool is the fact that Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, the National Medical Director and former orthopedic surgeon, is located right here in the Chicago area. Call now to end your chronic pain and learn more about QC Kinetics. They have new locations in Gurnee and Crystal Lake. Saturday appointments available. The number to call is 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Have you lost Illinois Medicaid? At healthcare.gov, you can find a low-cost, quality health plan.
Do plans cover doctor visits?
What about emergency care?
And prescriptions?
All covered and more. Plus, with the new law, 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting the 1st of next month. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. I can't wait.
At 7:07, Bill O'Reilly, host of No Spin News, joins us. He's got a new book out, Confronting the Presidents. And I'm going to confront Bill O'Reilly about his comment on a certain president. I don't think Obama was a bad president at all. Well, we part company on that assessment. We'll talk to Bill O'Reilly, 7:07.
Should be lively. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Chicago City Council Finance Committee is set to make more John Burge payouts. All District 86 schools in Joliet are on e-learning due to an online threat. One man killed, 2 wounded in a shooting and stabbing in Humboldt Park. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert investigating a second Trump assassination attempt.
I'm Dave Anthony. The acting Secret Service director goes to West Palm Beach, Florida, where the former president was targeted at the Trump International Golf Club. Though unlike July's shooting, he was not hurt. Nobody was.
There's no leader in the history of America that has been so attacked and has remained so strong and so resilient. He's one of a kind.
House Speaker Mike Johnson just told Fox the former president was in good spirits as he met with him right after yesterday's attempt.
FBI and local law enforcement are posted up outside hole 5 and 6 right now, processing evidence, including that rifle found on the scene.
Fox's Dana Marie McNichol in West Palm Beach. Secret Service opened fire after seeing that gun poking through bushes.
Now, a witness has been a huge help to police in this investigation who saw 58-year-old Ryan Ruth run from the golf course bushes and jump into a black Nissan. The witness gave the plate numbers to police.
And he surrendered when stopped. Martin County Sheriff Will Snyder tells Fox.
Despite the fact that we had numerous people out with rifles, uniformed personnel, a helicopter, interstate shutdown, he was as calm as if he was going to a Sunday picnic.
Ryan Routh is said to have been a Trump supporter in 2016, but is not anymore. President Biden, in a statement, condemned political violence. Republican Congresswoman Laura Lee, who's on the House task force investigating security failures in the July Trump assassination attempt in Pennsylvania, tells Fox.
President Biden and Vice President Harris should call for a full presidential level detail to be assigned to President Trump. Clearly, the threat to him is extreme.
A tropical storm warning is up for the Carolina coast as a storm that does not have a name yet closes in today. They awarded the Emmys last night on ABC. Hacks got Best Comedy.
We are so lucky to live our dream and make television, and we couldn't do it without our Hacks family.
Paul Downs co-created the show and stars in it. Shogun won the most Emmys, 18, including Best Drama Series. America's listening to Fox News.
64 degrees, partly sunny skies at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. All District 86 schools in Joliet will be e-learning today. The change was made after violent threats were posted online. Joliet police say an unsubstantiated threat made the rounds on social media yesterday. All classes are now transitioning to e-learning, and police are investigating the origin of that threat. City of Chicago is primed to pay out $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. The City Council Finance Committee will vote today on whether to approve those payouts. The largest payout, tied to former disgraced Chicago police official John Burge, is set to go to Anthony Jakes. $11.6 million settlement stems from a shooting and robbery in May of 1991. Former high-ranking police oversight official has filed a whistleblower lawsuit against the city of Chicago, alleging he was wrongfully fired after raising alarms about bias and mismanagement within COPA. The Sun-Times first to report that the complaint filed in Cook County Court by former Civilian Office of Police Accountability Deputy Chief Matthew Haynham marks the latest broadside against Chief Administrator Andrea Kirsten, who fired him and another COPA employee after they complained to both a civilian oversight panel and the city's top watchdog about the integrity of any COPA investigation. Caleb Williams failed to live up to his first overall pick billing again as the Bears lost to the Texans 19-13. Coach Matt Eberflus reflecting on the team's first loss of the season.
And obviously we're all disappointed, in the loss, and we should be. But I told the guys in there that in the NFL, it's how you respond that matters.
Bears visit the Colts in Week 3. Sunday, the Lions lost to the Bucs. Vikings top San Francisco. Green Bay beat the Colts. Baseball, Cubs, a 6-2 win over the Rockies. The news, a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency. You can go to surroundchicago.com today. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time to pay attention. In 2022 and 2023, they bought more gold than ever before. And now in 2024, the trend is accelerating. Why? Because central banks have lost faith in the dollar, And in these uncertain times, gold is the ultimate safe haven. If you too are worried about the dollar, I urge you to take similar action by diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold with my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax-advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combines heritage and innovation in every cup. Our coffee is locally roasted, hot air roasted, and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Whether you prefer a 12-ounce bag or a 28-ounce bag, or even the convenience of K-Cups, you'll find Papa Nicholas Coffee at your local retailer. Taste the difference that 5 generations of expertise brings. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee, because great coffee is our family tradition. Visit online at papanicholas.com. That's papanicholas.com.
7:07, Team Hawkbird Traffic Center time. This update is service of Turnkey.pro. For less than the price of a monthly car payment, Turnkey will fully protect your network with up-to-date cyber protection, unlimited 24/7 help desk support, and real-time threat hunting. Protect your small business today. Visit Turnkey.pro. Accident in Glenview, Milwaukee and Glenview Road. Schaumburg, accident Meacham and Woodfield. Southwest side, a bad accident, Pulaski and Marquette. Tri-State this morning, northbound jamming up right at the Stevenson. The Bishop Ford slowing up inbound between 130th and the Ryan Merge. Ryan right now 30 minutes, 95th into the Circle. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Sunshine, it'll be a very warm day today, the high at 90. Clear tonight, low 63. And then sun and clouds, a warm day tomorrow, the high 86. Sunny skies on Wednesday. Another warm afternoon, the high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
65 at O'Hare, 68 at Midway. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. If Secret Service can manage to keep President Trump alive up and through November 5th,
50 more days.
He's got another issue. This was a topic of conversation, recent episode of the All In podcast, which in this episode featured Peter Teal, tech billionaire and Trump ally, but he's not participating financially in this election cycle. And he explained why. If an assassin's bullet can't get him, then maybe the Dems' fortification of electoral results will. Listen to Teal.
If it is going to be close, by the way, if it's like going to be a razor-thin close election, then I'm pretty sure Kamala will win because they will cheat. They will fortify it. They will steal the ballots. And so you know, if we can answer them.
Interesting reaction.
In the event that it's close, I don't want to be involved. In the event that it's not close, I don't need to be involved. And so that's sort of a straightforward analysis right there.
Great jumping off point. How much cheating on a percentage basis do you think happens every year? How much, and do you think Trump actually won the last time?
You need to be careful with the verbs. So, you know, cheating, stealing, that implies something happened in the dark of night.
Massaging.
I think the verb you're allowed to use is fortify.
We don't want to get canceled on YouTube.
Ballot harvesting. I mean, it was, you know, it's all sort of, there were all these rule changes. It was sort of done in plain daylight. And, but yeah, I think our elections are they're not perfectly clean. Otherwise, we could examine it. We could have vigorous debate about it.
Well, what would you change then? What should change? Because we all want everybody's votes to count. We want it to be clean. I'm talking about the audience.
I don't know. At a minimum, you'd try to run elections the same way you do it in every other Western democracy. You have one-day voting. You have practically no absentee ballots. You have and it's, you know, it's 1 day where everything happens. It's not this 2-month elongated process. That's the way you do it in every other country. You'd have some somewhat stronger voter ID, and, you know, make sure that, you know, the people who are voting have a right to vote.
Make it a national holiday.
But that's basically what you do in every other Western democracy, and it used to be much more like that in the U.S. I mean, it's meaningfully decayed over the last 20, 30 years.
Meaningfully decayed. That's a description that fits a lot of institutions in America today as well. And by the way, if Trump does survive an assassination attempt,
a third one,
or more, who knows? If he does survive the Democrats' fortification, boy, that presidential commission on assassinations that RFK Jr. is going to chair is going to have a lot of work to do. Bill O'Reilly joins us now. He's the host of No Spin News, weeknights 5 p.m. Chicago time at BillO'Reilly.com. He's got a new book, Confronting the Presidents, No Spin Assessments from Washington to Biden, that covers them all. Bill, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Appreciate having me, Dan. How you doing?
Good, great. What about, I mean, obviously the events of yesterday and even folding in what Peter Teal is talking about his sort of hands-off approach to participation in this election, because if it's close, if it's not close, he's not needed. And if it is close, there's nothing he can do about it. He doesn't want to be a part of it.
Well, I don't speculate about that. Each state controls its electoral process, as you know. There's never been a pure election in American history. There's always been shenanigans, as the nuns used to say when I was in third grade. Stop those shenanigans. I obviously believe that there has to be as much intense supervision as possible. The RNC says it's going to flood the zone and watch the precincts that are questionable, because they know over a period of time, Philadelphia, Detroit, places like that, where there's always seems to be a problem. Final point I make is that in the election 2000, when Bush beat Gore, Florida was a mess and had to go to the Supreme Court. They cleaned it up down there.
Yep.
And they have a very effective electoral process. But if you're going to tell me that your state, Illinois, is going to clean up the election, I'm going to tell you Pritzker would never do that. He wants chaos.
Well, then Philadelphia, or not Philadelphia, the state of Pennsylvania, they even said that, don't expect election results on the night of the election. And their early voting starts today.
And New York Times has said that nationally.
Yeah, they have to go and sort through the ballots that are all over the place. And it's ridiculous. And you should have 2 ballots. That's a absentee ballot if you can't vote. And then you should show up. That's it. But look, you got to deal with reality. And the reality is that there is a system of corruption that can be imposed if the governor and the state legislature allow it.
Right.
And they do.
Right. It's a political will problem. You see this going on with the disparate approach to cleaning the voter rolls. Ohio, Virginia, Texas are doing one thing, and a lot of other states are not doing that same thing in terms of the integrity of the voter list, just for example.
Exactly.
I wanted to get to your book. I mean, just sort of principally, one of the things it looks like you do in your book, which I think is important, is you can't look at presidents in isolation. You have to look at them in a continuum. You know, you don't get Barack Obama without. I mean, you don't get Trump without 8 years of Barack Obama. You didn't get Reagan without Jimmy Carter. And just speak to that a little bit about how you make assessments when you're looking at presidential performance.
Well, I mean, I assess by whether the man, all 45 of them, helped or hurt the country, and we present the record. But today, when we're all talking about the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump, confronting the presidents becomes even more important because there have been 9 assassination attempts on the American chief executives, 4 successful. Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, JFK. Reagan, a whisper, and he was dead. That's how close he came. We live in a dangerous country. We always have lived in a dangerous country. It's not going to become less dangerous. So the authorities that are assigned to protect presidents and candidates have to reassess that protection. And the Secret Service is a mess. Now, I'm not assigning blame. Their agents did a good job ferreting this guy out. But the conceptualization of presidential protection is got to be updated. Because believe me, the jihadists and Iran and China and Russia, they're watching this. And you can't get close to Putin or Xi. I mean, we live in a free society, and that makes it much, much more difficult to protect anybody. I understand that. But now this whole thing, this whole Secret Service operation has to be revamped and looked at it in a very critical way. I'm not blaming them. They did well by protecting President Trump on that golf course.
They did their job.
But we need to upgrade that big time.
Well, I mean, you know, it's not just Secret Service, of course. Secret Service in Department of Homeland Security, and look at the job Ali Mayorkas has done protecting the border. The sort of these law enforcement agencies at the federal level, they have not particularly distinguished themselves in recent time, except when it comes to prosecuting people for political reasons, starting with President Trump. I mean, this seems to me like that phrase that Peter Teal used, the decaying that's going on, the decaying of these institutions. It's not just in terms of competence. It's also that they place political agendas ahead of their stated responsibilities in a way that seems different than in the recent past.
It's always been that way because they're all presidential appointments, the leaders of these operations. It's always been that way. J. Edgar Hoover is one of the most evil, corrupt individuals that's ever served the United States of America. And when you read Confronting the President, you'll see how evil and see what he did with Lyndon Johnson.
Yeah.
J. Edgar Hoover. I mean, it's not even close. The FBI today is not even close to being as corrupt as it was under Hoover. Well, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
let me make the point.
Go ahead.
So the professionals, the people who work as far as executing the policy, they are good across the board. It's not like we have a corrupt police force at the FBI level or the CIA level. We don't. And they did a magnificent job wiping out the jihad under Obama and Trump. And I chronicled that in Confronting the President. Said we've been protected primarily from unbelievable danger for the past 23 years and effectively protected. The problem comes when you get guys like Merrick Garland, who's only there because Biden appointed him and does exactly what Biden wants. You've seen his testimony in front of Congress. You can't get a weaker man than that. That's ridiculous. What about James Comey? How could Trump keep that guy in the job? That was Trump's fault.
Mm-hmm.
This guy was corrupt all day long, top to bottom. And it's not hard to ascertain that if you step back and you look. So the problem is that these presidents that are elected, they want people who are going to do what they say, and that's it. They don't want strong, independent people.
Well, in your book, Confronting the Presidents, who served the country's needs best?
Abraham Lincoln by far. Because the worst president, James Buchanan, was right before him. And Buchanan came into office and did absolutely nothing to tamp down the growing rebellion in the South. I have a letter from Harry Truman in my personal collection that says if Andrew Jackson had been president in 1856, there would not have been a civil war, because Jackson would have gone down with federal forces and wiped out the budding rebellion very early. Buchanan was a coward, and that's why he's the worst president. Doesn't matter what Trump says. He calls Biden the worst president. Biden's the second worst president. Okay?
All right,
and the
so he's
reason
not far
I say
off.
that, here's the reason I say that, and this is why Confronting the Presidents has gotten off to such a great start, because I back everything I say up. Every single thing I say, I back up. Biden brought massive problems on the nation. He created those problems. He himself, not Congress, not some dopey agency, he created the open border. He created the massive inflation that went from 1.4 to more than 9% in a year. He did it. Biden did it by executive orders. And it's very rare that a president creates the problems. Usually the failed presidents like Hoover and Franklin Pierce and these people had no idea what they were doing, Jimmy Carter. Okay, they inherit the problems and they can't fix them. But Biden created the problems.
No, I think that's a good assessment. Now, I did have to ask this question. I saw you were on with our mutual friend Leland Vittert on News Nation, and did you have an out-of-body experience? You said, I don't think Obama was a bad president at all. In fact, you could put him in the good category.
Excellent question. Okay, so there's a special. It was supposed to run last night, but because of the Trump coverage, it's going to be Friday on News Nation at 9. That would be 8 Chicago time. See, I'm really with it. I know what time you guys are operating.
There you go.
Thanks for doing your homework.
Okay. So Barack Obama, if you step back, which very few people do, they're all emotion, they're all ideology all the time. Very hard-working president. Comes into office when the economy fell off a cliff. That's the only reason he beat McCain, was because Bush, the younger, lost control of the economy. And it wasn't really Bush's fault. He wasn't paying attention to all of these low interest loans that were going out that people couldn't pay. And guess who wants those loans again? That would be Kamala Harris, hello, who knows absolutely nothing about the history of her country and could not care less. Anyway, Obama comes in and he stabilizes stuff, and he makes a huge mistake by withdrawing troops from Iraq. So there is a big deficit on Obama. But he recognizes the mistake, unlike Biden. Okay? He recognizes it, and then it's pedal to the metal to kill the jihadists. And Trump takes that and then ups it. So if you read my book, Killing the Killers, you'll see. So Obama did well there. Obama also injected into our society, and this is very important, some hope for downtrodden African-American people. He got them back into the system, which, whether you like them or not, was an important thing. Now, along the way, he made mistakes in Cambridge, Massachusetts, with the Trayvon Martin thing, and he alienated a lot of white people, which is why, okay, Trump won when Obama's term was finished, because the perception of Barack Obama was that he was favoring certain groups and he wasn't a fair man. But if you really look at what he did, and I worked with him very closely on Brothers Keeper, which is a big program in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was a man who was trying to help Americans. Not succeeding. I wouldn't put him in the top 20 presidents, but he's not as bad as some conservatives believe he is.
Bill O'Reilly is the host of No Spin News, weeknights 5 p.m. Chicago time at BillO'Reilly.com. His new book, Confronting the Presidents, No Spin Assessments from Washington to Biden. Confronting the Presidents, Bill O'Reilly's new book. Bill, thanks for joining us as always.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Support our police and hire the police to personally protect you. You've watched the news. Rising crime has been affecting our everyday lives in Illinois more and more these days. Blue Star Security can protect you, your business, or your place of worship. Blue Star Security is the only security company in Chicago with over 900 off-duty police officers, all W-2 employees.
I'm Jeffrey Salvetti, Vice President of Blue Star Security and a 15-year law enforcement veteran. The Blue Star team is made up of over 900 state-certified active and retired law enforcement professionals. We serve businesses and private organizations with supply chain and special event security, and also protect our loved ones at places of worship and schools all across the Chicagoland area. Blue Star Security's technology allows mobilization of off-duty officers quickly and efficiently. Our primary mission is to provide unparalleled protective services for each assignment with integrity while maintaining our commitment to community service in the Chicagoland area.
Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at BlueStarSecurityLLC.com. That's BlueStarSecurityLLC.com.
Dan Proft here for Low T Center. If you're often feeling tired, lacking motivation and drive, gaining weight, or noticing a loss of muscle mass, these could all be signs of low testosterone. Don't wait, find out. At Low T Center, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple test, and with their on-site lab, it gets the results back in about 25 minutes. Low T Center is where I have gone the past several years to get myself tested. It's not a typical doctor's office. Their physicians specialize in treating low testosterone with customized therapy, or TRT, for each patient. The experts at Low T Center have more than a decade of experience helping patients achieve life-changing results, and most health insurance is accepted for treatment. For established patients with stable T levels, they also offer a convenient physician-monitored self-inject treatment plan that ships directly to your home each month without the need to come in for weekly visits. And at Low T Center, you can always get your health evaluated for treatment with prescription GLP-1 weight loss medications. So get back to your best. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Smoke fumes and dust are a nuisance your business can do without, causing health hazards for employees and possible EPA problems for your company. If you need help cleaning up these problems, call a company that has the expertise and capability to help.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. I've got over 40 years of personal experience in dealing with smoke fumes and dust emissions, and I can help you eliminate these problems from your plant. Contact Vans for a no-cost evaluation of your system, and we will size equipment, design hoods and ductwork for a complete turnkey solution.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest levels to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND to schedule your ventilation inspection today. That's 833-VANSIND. You can also visit them online at vansindustrial.com. That's VANSindustrial.com. Vans Industrial, working safe since 1964.
Quick delivery service. What do you need delivered today?
Hi, I'm trying to work through a last-minute to-do list for my boss. Can you deliver a hard drive to the Loop in Chicago?
We can deliver that today.
Okay, can you deliver 20 boxes to a client in Rockford?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver 12 pallets of tile to our customer in Naperville?
We can deliver that today.
Can you deliver a large envelope to Northbrook?
We can deliver that today.
Oh my gosh, I think my water just broke. Can you...
We cannot deliver that.
Quick Delivery Service delivers your package no matter the size. More than just a messenger service, Quick Delivery Service is a messenger and trucking service that can also provide scheduled routes for your daily delivery or your air shipment. Trucks are equipped to handle the load and provide ground-level service for same-day delivery. The Quick Delivery Service team of safe, licensed professionals can provide quick door-to-door service for your special delivery. QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. We deliver that today. But we don't deliver this.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
At 7:37, we'll talk to retired Riverside Police Chief Tom Whitesell about federal law enforcement failures visited on local communities since he was a police chief of one. You know, local communities like Springfield, Ohio, Aurora, Colorado, Charleroi, Pennsylvania. That's at 7:37.
But first, let's head back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
66 degrees at 7:30. Massive flooding in Central Europe has killed 5 more overnight in Poland and 1 in the Czech Republic. The FBI says it's investigating an apparent assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump at his West Palm Beach golf club early Sunday. Trump has confirmed that he is safe and unharmed.
Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw reporting the man wanted by U.S. Secret Service agents was engaged. A short time later, Secret Service says they found a rifle equipped with a scope.
In the bushes where this guy was is a AK-47 style rifle with a scope, 2 backpacks which were hung on the fence that had ceramic tile in them, and a GoPro, which he was going to take pictures of.
In other news this morning, Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance says he was merely echoing the concerns of his state constituents when he spoke publicly about claims against Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio.
My constituents have brought approximately a dozen separate concerns to me. 10 of them are verifiable and confirmable, and a couple of them I talk about because my constituents are telling me firsthand that they're seeing these things.
Republican Ohio Senator J.D. Vance talking with CNN about the concerns of Springfield residents that he says are real.
So my attitude is listen to my constituents. Sometimes they're going to say things that people don't like, but they're saying things that people don't like because their town has been overwhelmed, and it's my job to try to fight for them and to protect them.
The Republican senator on CNN's State of the Union. A strike against Boeing continues today, with union officials saying it could go on for a while. About 30,000 members of the Machinists and Aerospace Union have walked off the job. Coast Guard holding public hearings on last year's implosion of the OceanGate Titan submersible. On its way to visit the wreck of the Titanic, all 5 on board were killed. All learning at District 86 schools in Joliet will be e-learning today. The change made after violent threats were posted online. Joliet police saying an unsubstantiated threat made the rounds on social media yesterday, and they are investigating. City of Chicago primed to pay out $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. City Council's Finance Committee will vote today on whether to approve those payouts. 2 were killed in a crash on I-80 in the south suburbs on Sunday. Illinois State Police investigating say it happened on I-80 westbound between LaGrange Road and Harlem Avenue in Tinley Park. The Bear continuing to break records. The FX comedy, based here in Chicago, took home 11 Emmys, breaking its own record from last year.
My beautiful cast, I love you forever. I love to work with you, and I want us to be in each other's lives for forever. I love you so dearly.
Jeremy Allen White won for his role as Carmen Berzado in The Bear. It's his 2nd consecutive nomination and 2nd consecutive win in the category. Caleb Williams and the Bears lost to Houston 19-13 yesterday. Baseball, Cubs snapped their losing streak with a 6-2 win over Colorado, while the White Sox were winners over the A's 4-3. Fighting Illini, a Saturday win over Central Michigan. Northwestern beat Eastern Illinois. And the news this hour is a service of Bank of America with powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America N.A. copyright 2024. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for a cruise on Lake Michigan on Saturday, September 21st. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise. Sponsored in part by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
It's Jeep Adventure Days at Bettenhausen Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, now open on 159th Street in Lockport. Bettenhausen has your ticket to anywhere. Hurry in and get huge savings off MSRP on a new Jeep Grand Cherokee or Jeep Compass. Bettenhausen has big savings on a new Ram 1500 or new Chrysler Pacifica. Bettenhausen has the Midwest's best selection. Choose from over 900 vehicles with no hassle and no haggle. Showroom never closes at cdjroflockport.com.
At Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, we honor traditions, celebrate faith, and cherish memories. Take an active role in establishing your legacy for future generations by pre-planning your final arrangements today. Alleviate your loved ones of future financial burden. Lock in today's prices and take advantage of interest-free financing and no hidden fees. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
There is a place in northern Illinois that people have come from all around the globe seeking treasure.
It's amazing. I didn't know what to expect, but when I got there, I was surrounded by all kinds of gold and silver.
An actual place where you're surrounded by treasure?
I've known that gold and silver were a good investment, but I really didn't want to buy it through the mail. At Fox Valley Coins, I basically walked in, picked out what I wanted, paid cash, and walked out with gold and silver.
Walk in with paper and walk out with actual gold and silver bars. For decades, Fox Valley Coins has traded paper dollars for actual gold and silver. They buy and sell. The treasure map is available at foxvalleycoins.com. They are on Route 59, 1 light north of I-88 in Naperville, Illinois. Again, for info and the map, seek foxvalleycoins.com.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
7:37 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Remke's Garage. Take it to the experts. Take it to Remke's Garage. The shop at Remke's, equipped with state-of-the-art diagnostic equipment and highly trained technicians. Remke's Garage is your Sprinter diesel and Toyo tire headquarters. Visit remkesgarage.com, REMKES garage.com, and schedule your inspection today. Eden's coming inbound 33 Lake Cook Road to the junction. Kennedy inbound, it's an hour 10. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Stevenson 1 hour from the Tri-State into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Stop and go on I-57 in the Bishop Ford into the Ryan merge. Tri-State accident right shoulder northbound just south of I-57. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine with a high near 90, clear and 63 overnight. 66 right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Federal law enforcement lapses or policy choices, probably a better description. It's not a lapse if it's intentional. Impacting local communities. We've been talking the last week or so about Springfield, Ohio in particular, about Aurora, Colorado, about Whitewater, Wisconsin, about Charleroi, Pennsylvania. Well, now add Arondakit, New York. Here is the police chief there, Scott Peters, on the murder of 4 people, 2 adults, 2 children. The alleged assailant is a Dominican in this country illegally who's wanted for a 2019 murder in the Dominican Republic.
I know you guys have questions. This was a horrific scene. In almost 32 years of doing this job, I've never seen anything like it. So,
local news covering the vigil that was held outside the home where those young adults and 2 toddlers basically were murdered.
Today we don't say a goodbye, we say until we meet again. Because the Lord allows us to meet them one more time.
Tonight's vigil for the family found dead on Knapp Avenue Saturday, led by prayer.
In the midst of what's going on and this sad tragedy, we can assure you that we have a God who's willing and able to bring us a comfort in a time of need.
Family and friends of 30-year-old Frame Ubaldo, 26-year-old Marangeli Moreno Santiago, 4-year-old Evangeline Ubaldo Moreno, and 2-year-old Sebastian Ubaldo Moreno, emotional as they continue to come to terms with the unexpected death. Irondequoit police responded to the home for a fire. When crews went inside after, that's when they found the 4 bodies. The police chief called it a homicide, one of the worst he's seen in his career.
Right. So it's not primarily about cats and geese. This just in. It's primarily about people and people that are being victimized, including those 4 people of color, not just suburban honkies with a NIMBY issue. Yeah. As well as communities that are just overwhelmed. Back to Charleroi, Pennsylvania, and Councilman Larry Seleshki there.
You know, the sad part about all this thing, and honestly, I don't care. I'll shoot straight from the hip. Frankly, I wish I could come face to face for 60 seconds, okay, with whoever was behind all this and bringing the immigrants in to Charleroi for only one reason. Where the hell's the money should be coming to Charleroi? Okay, why was it all dumped on us and we're not being funded with anything? Okay, and again, we can't even meet with our budget. And so now, where are we going to get this extra revenue to pay for them? You know, and then we've got to do all these things to accommodate the immigrants. That's
It's bull jive. Yeah, there's nothing to do with race or even these sort of phony debates about the local animal population. By the way, J.D. Vance, who was making the rounds on the Sunday talkies, you know, he was on this issue back in July, specifically with respect to Springfield, Ohio,
right,
his constituents. But nobody was paying attention then like they are now. But he was trying to raise the specter of the impact on small communities that open borders is having.
Chairman Brown, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit a letter for the record from the city of Springfield and our state, the southwestern part of our state, which I think highlights a very real example of this particular concern, straight from the horse's mouth itself. Now, this letter, I want to quote from it. Springfield has seen a surge in population through immigration that has significantly impacted our ability as a community to produce enough housing opportunities for all. Springfield's Haitian population has increased 15 to 20,000 over the last 4 years in a community of under 60,000 previous residents, putting a significant strain on our resources and ability to provide ample housing for all of our residents. And end quote there. And Mike.
No objection. So
thank you. In my conversations with folks in Springfield, it's not just housing. They're trying to build 5,000 new housing units, which is a very Herculean task in a town of about 55,000 people. But it's also hospital services, it's school services, there are a whole host of ways in which this immigration problem, I think, is having very real human consequences.
Mm-hmm. Those real human consequences that the D.C. Press Corps is anxious to avoid discussing.
Oh, they're debunking everything.
Here's another real-world consequence. There's a former ICE director who was stationed in Colorado, now running for Congress there. And he's talking about what's happening in Aurora, Colorado. There's about to be a big gang war, said John Fabricatori, former director of ICE for Colorado. He's talking about Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan gang. I believe they're setting up their network right now. These guys are setting up faster than MS-13 did. They're getting into these apartment complexes, and what they're doing is starting with prostitution. He goes on to say prostitution is a big moneymaker, and the thing with prostitution is that it brings guys in that they can sell dope to. These guys come in, they meet these Johns and shake them down, see if they want to buy drugs. They've started with moving these girls through, and if you go in these apartments, you'll see these young girls. It's bad.
Sex trafficking, yes.
Yeah, but it's also that he is expecting a significant gang war. And again, a significant gang war of gangs that have international reach. And the Aurora, Colorado Police Department is supposed to be able to address that. I mean, ostensibly in conjunction with federal law enforcement, but we see the in conjunction with federal law enforcement is sort of spotty these days, don't we? For more on this, Thomas Weitzel joins us now. He's a retired chief of police for the village of Riverside, Illinois. Thomas Weitzel, thanks for being with us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for having me.
What's your reaction? I mean, put yourself since you were in this position, the position of the police chief in Aurora or Charleroi or Springfield. What would you be saying and doing?
Well, first, I definitely agree with everything that was said there. You'd be overwhelmed with as far as police services go. You wouldn't have the resources to do what the added criminal element is doing. And you'd look at like your budget. You'd be under pressure from the city already. You'd be under pressure from your city village manager already. You would have trying to get federal resources to help, and that always doesn't happen. And many times these communities are prevented from even accessing federal resources, depending on what your government is like, where you're policing. So, here in Chicago and Illinois, we're prevented from accessing databases for ICE. You're probably well aware of that. And you're listening. So we don't even know who these individuals are. I mean, think about it. When you're taking them into custody, they lie. They pretend they don't speak English, and they probably don't. They're gang members. Most police agencies identify through fingerprints. Well, you're not even getting the real identity if you can't access the federal database. You don't know who they are because they haven't been arrested in Aurora, Colorado probably before, or they haven't been arrested in Illinois before. So it's very difficult.
Well, what do ICE agents do in sanctuary cities and sanctuary states?
Not much. So,
yeah.
The way it's supposed to work is you're supposed to they put the detainers, which is their version of a arrest warrant. It's a civil process. And then if you pick somebody up on an unrelated crime, so say you arrest someone DUI, they got an ICE detainer. That ICE detainer pops in the system. You call ICE, and when that individual goes to bond court, or in this case in Illinois now, goes for a pre-detention hearing, they lodge that so that even if the judge allows that individual to walk out the door or put him on EM, ICE will detain them. That doesn't happen in Illinois. In fact, officers have been disciplined for even reaching out to ICE, off the record. And if you don't think that's happened, it has. Because police officers run across somebody where the crime is that violent and this individual has a detainer for a really violent crime. I know Dan mentioned earlier a homicide that was an individual was wanted for a homicide outside the country. That's happened. If you don't think the officers are reaching out to ICE underneath and saying, hey, you might want to go grab this guy or this is the last known address, they are doing that.
But you're right. I mean, but the key point that you made in terms of not knowing who these people are, but then you have civilian political authorities, like in the state of Illinois, who don't want to know who they are and don't want you to, and frankly, don't want you to know who they are. Just avert your eyes is the approach they take.
You're right. And that's all for political reasons, right? They want the police not to act. There was a case, if you don't think it's in Lake County, they arrested some gang members from out of, I think it was Honduras. And in their pockets, they had a permission to kill police officers. That was up in Lake County, Illinois here. So if you don't think that's happening here, you're wrong.
Oh, speaking of Lake County, thank you. Perfect segue. Eric Reinhardt is the state's attorney in Lake County.
Yeah,
and
the Safety Act.
He and his gal pal, Kim Fox, the two state's attorneys who were proponents of the Pritzker Purge Law, we're trying to do an assessment almost a year in now to its take effect date. And I'm fascinated to watch this effort to say, jail populations have been reduced and crime is down. And so all these sorts of things are just pronouncements. There's no supporting evidence. CWB Chicago attempted to do a piece on that assessment. And what they found, as they reported, is that it's easy to find out how many people on pretrial release are charged with new felonies. It's impossible to find out what percentage of new felonies are committed, allegedly, by people on pretrial release. So it's more sort of half transparency, fun with numbers. Just take whatever the official line is and repeat it and get everybody to serve as an echo chamber. But something Kim Foxx said in offering her assessment from her perch as Cook County State's attorney, and I'm sure Reinhart would ratify this, is that opposition to the so-called Safety Act or the Pritzker Purge Law was racist. People like you or me who opposed the Safety Act, 1.0 or 2.0 or both, were racist. So are 100 of the state's 102 county state's attorneys in the state of Illinois and all those police chiefs and county sheriffs. Everybody's racist who opposed the Purge Law.
Yeah, I've heard that repeated over and over, and it's an offensive statement. I did read the deep dive that CBW Chicago, and I agree. I would say that number that they put at 20% is more like 35 to 40%. And what they're missing, what the proponents of that Safety Act are missing, is the individuals that the police don't even get to court. They're only counting the ones that get to the pretrial hearing, right? They passed all these laws that don't allow police to even bring them to the bond court anymore, or to bring them to the pretrial. So there's a huge number that's being released right from the police station on a notice to appear. They don't track that number at all. And to think that,
and the reason, sorry to interrupt, but the reason that's happening is because the police know and the states don't even bother. I mean, they're going to be released.
No, right. And you'll be criticized, and the judges will look down and say, "Do you understand what the law is? This individual, you're taking up our time here. This individual shouldn't even be in front of us." And as far as being racist, I mean, I did a public event recently where I kind of just spoke on the same issue you just talked about, and I said, "Think about this for you to think that we're racist." There was a study that 87% of the calls that police respond to are initiated by residents, by citizens, no matter where you live. It's not self-initiated police activity. And then we're coming there, and the individual's being arrested, or we're detaining them, and you're thinking we're racist? We're responding to your constituents. We're responding to the residents that who call the police, and if that person happens to be white, African American, Hispanic, we have no control over that. It's such a ridiculous notion that the police have somehow this ingrained racist attitude towards just policing in general. It's offensive, and it's not factual.
That's a good point. And just to be clear, when you were saying about the CWB review of the Safety Act, that you think it's more like 30 or 35%, you're talking about the percentage of new felonies committed by people on pretrial release. You think it's 30 to 35%.
Oh, without a doubt. But these violent crimes, make no mistake, these violent crimes that we even have to let go from the police facility, it's never their first offense. So any of your listeners that think that somebody picks up a gun and shoots it or murders somebody, or even just discharges it in a reckless manner, if that's the first time they did this or the first time they've had police contact, that never is the case, ever.
Thomas Weitzel, retired police chief for the village of Riverside. Tom Weitzel, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning.
You too, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
A healthy fawn may be seen frolicking in its pen. Who would have not survived? Or a rehabilitated horse might be running in the pasture that had once been malnourished and not used to human kindness. Their success is from the dedicated volunteers at Paws Critter Crossing, an amazing not-for-profit organization that saves critters in crisis. Paws Critter Crossing, located right here in Chicagoland, is a rehabilitation center for injured and orphaned wildlife and a sanctuary for farm animals that have been abused or abandoned. Please help PCC raise desperately needed funds so they can continue their mission in giving these animals a second chance in life by registering for their fundraiser event on September 28th. Go to pausecrittercrossing.org and click on events. You can buy tickets for their dinner, which includes an open bar and entertainment. Experience the bidding excitement on their online auction, or just hit the donate option. Tickets are on sale now through September 20th. Tickets will not be sold at the door. PauseCritterCrossing.org. Click on events. No donation is too small.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
You hear more and more about identity theft in the news every day. That's because so much of your personal info is out of your control, like your insurance provider that has your social security number and your favorite retailer that has your payment details. If they get breached, your information's vulnerable. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dana and Amy, there's a new remix out on the angle on illegal immigration that the D.C. press corps wants us all to take, which is debating whether or not Haitian migrants are eating household pets. Here's the remix. Pretty good. Pretty earwormy. Take a listen.
Okay. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Sort of has a Sade vibe.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else.
Eat something else.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
That's that husky dog.
They're eating the cats.
Orange tabby.
They're eating the dogs.
Fun with the mixer.
They're eating the cats. Meow, 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 meow. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Pretty catchy, isn't it?
They're eating the cats.
Yeah.
They're eating
Too bad the VMAs have just concluded. This would have been a nominee. I like the level of seriousness that this musical artist brings to the topic of conversation. I think it's
catchy tune.
I think he's right on the money here.
Meow, meow. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Field Marshal Tim wants you to confront people in the produce aisle and tell them to vote for him and Kamala at 8:08.
And his wife should just keep talking. Don't shut her up ever. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Chicago City Council Finance Committee set to make more John Burge payouts today. All District 86 schools in Joliet are on e-learning. We'll tell you why. One man killed, 2 wounded in a shooting and stabbing in the Humboldt Park neighborhood. Bears fall to the Texans. Cubs take down the Rockies. WIND Chicago News Time 8.
This is a Fox News alert looking for answers after the second Trump assassination attempt. I'm Dave Anthony, but this time in Florida, the former president was not injured. Nobody was, and the suspect's not talking.
You know, he's in our jail up in the federal holding facility that we have upstairs.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw just told Fox.
We're trying to figure out if he had a place locally that he was staying. It appears that the last place of his residence was in Hawaii.
And they're trying to figure out where he got the rifle. Secret Service saw pointing through bushes at the Trump International Golf Club as the former president played. Agents opened fire, and then the suspect drove away, but Ryan Ruth was captured on a highway.
Now, we're about 12 to 15 minutes from Mar-a-Lago, where former President Donald Trump lives. We heard from him on social media, praising Secret Service and local law enforcement for keeping him safe.
Now, she's right near, Fox's Dana Marie McNichol, right near that course where the acting Secret Service director will go today. As for that suspect, he was a Trump supporter in 2016, but is not anymore.
Ruth's son telling the Daily Mail, quote, he's not a violent person. He's a hard worker, a great dad. He's a great dude, a nice guy. Meanwhile, we are learning the suspect was interviewed by the New York Times back in 2023 when he volunteered to help Ukraine in the war with Russia. That article says, quote, Ryan Ruth, a former construction worker from Greensboro, North Carolina, is seeking recruits from among Afghan soldiers who fled the Taliban.
Fox's Brooke Sigmund, Vice President Harris, Trump's election rival, said we have to ensure this incident does not lead to more violence. Today, she'll meet with the Teamsters, the only big union so far not to endorse her.
Its leadership usually is a reliable supporter of Democrats, but for this election cycle, its General President, Sean O'Brien, initiated an interview process for the candidates. This summer, O'Brien was the first Teamsters president to address a Republican National Convention.
Fox's Rich Edson at the White House. America's listening to Fox News.
.66 degrees and sunshine in Chicago. It's 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. All District 86 schools in Joliet will be e-learning today. The change made after violent threats were posted online yesterday. All classes are transitioning as a precaution. Police are investigating the origin of that unsubstantiated threat. City of Chicago primed to pay out about $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. The City Council Finance Committee will vote today on whether to approve the payouts, stemming from 5 lawsuits filed in state and federal courts since 2019, including cases linked to John Burge. Former high-ranking police oversight official has filed a whistleblower lawsuit against the City of Chicago, alleging he was wrongfully fired after raising alarms about bias and mismanagement within the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. Legal wrangling over Illinois' sweeping gun ban is set to resume today in East St. Louis, where a federal judge will consider a challenge to the constitutionality of that law. Caleb Williams and the Bears lost to Houston on the road, 19-13. Cubs snap a 3-game losing streak with a 6-2 win over Colorado, while the White Sox won their rubber match after taking down the A's 4-3 at Guaranteed Rate Field. John Rahm wins in Live Golf in Bolingbrook. The news, a service of Del Bacchio Marchetti Group of Properties, Christie's International Real Estate, experts in the northwest suburbs and Chicago with over $800 million in sales. You'll get the most value for your home, 708-828-0000. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. And now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Target is getting ready to step up hiring for the holiday season. It will hire 100,000 additional seasonal team members across stores and supply chain facilities. Target says last year, more than half of its seasonal team members were offered a position to stay with the company. Also, Target is planning a pre-holiday sale, Target Circle Week, on October 6 through 12. Investors appear to be moving cautiously in anticipation of this week's Federal Reserve meeting. The Fed is expected to lower interest rates 0.25% on Wednesday. As the machinists union walkout continues at Boeing, the Wall Street Journal says the tough job for Boeing's new CEO, Kelly Ortberg, just got worse. Ratings firms have warned that a prolonged strike will force them to downgrade Boeing's credit rating. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosola, invested in you.
8:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Join John Anthony, host of Black and Right, for a cruise on Lake Michigan on Saturday, September 21st. Come aboard the luxury yacht Free Spirit for a fun afternoon with fellow AM 560 listeners. Enjoy great food and beverages and be a part of the live broadcast of Black and Right with John Anthony. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cruise. That's 560theanswer.com/cruise. Sponsored in part by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
You're invited to join Chicago's Aid for Women, celebrating 46 years of empowering women to choose life. Join them Thursday evening, September 26th, at the Union League Club in downtown Chicago for their annual benefit dinner. The keynote speaker will be Trey Gowdy. The Praesidium Vitae Award will be presented to Mary Hallen Fiorito. Aid for Women provides many important services to women facing unplanned pregnancy who may be considering abortion. At Aid for Women, they believe that the solution to a crisis pregnancy is to remove the crisis, not the child. Aid for Women provides housing, parenting classes, mentoring, and genuine friendship to pregnant women in need, allowing them to choose life and setting them on the path to financial security and independence. To learn more about this event and to support this great organization, go to helpaidforwomen.org. That's helpaidforwomen.org. You can help save lives and souls from abortion today.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time to pay attention. In 2022 and 2023, they bought more gold than ever before. And now in 2024, the trend is accelerating. Why? Because central banks have lost faith in the dollar. And in these uncertain times, gold is the ultimate safe haven. If you too are worried about the dollar, I urge you to take similar action by diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold with my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax-advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
At 8:07, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of the Chicago Board of Election Commissioners. Chicago needs election judges for the November 5th presidential election. Go to pollworker.chicagoelections.gov to learn more and apply. This morning on the roads, we're seeing very active conditions on the Edens coming inbound at 36 Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy right now at an hour 23. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Eisenhower accident, left lane blocked. It's on the inbound side between York and the Tri-State. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Here's Steve Williams.
Sunshine, it'll be a very warm day today, the high at 90. Clear tonight, low 63. And then sun and clouds, a warm day tomorrow, the high 86. Sunny skies on Wednesday. Another warm afternoon, the high 84. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
68 at O'Hare, next news 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Field Marshal Tim and his jazz hands and Rockettes routine went, I guess south for him to the Cheesehead State to rally Cheeseheads for the Kamala Walz ticket. And he made this suggestion, this exhortation to the faithful in attendance.
This thing's going to be a battle for the next 52 days. It's going to be in rooms, one in rooms, just like this. It's going to be one door-to-door, call-to-call, $5 donation, trying to have that hard conversation in the produce aisle with the person you saw there at the grocery store and ask, have you voted yet?
Yeah, go to your local supermarket and in the produce aisle, confront people and ask them if they've cast their ballot for Harris and Walz yet. I wonder how that would work out. If you got confronted in the produce aisle by a Walz or a Harris Walz supporter going balls to the walls with a Z. Yeah. What would you say or do? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer, and text line. I envision...
What would you do, Dan? I would love to see that. First of all, I'd love to see you in a grocery store.
Yeah.
Possibly the produce aisle would be wonderful. Squeezing the melons. You know how you love to do that.
I have envisioned, when I heard him say that, I was thinking Robert Stack going through the airport in Airplane.
Excuse me, we'd like you to have this flower. Excuse me, sir, would you... Donations to the Reverend Moon? Jews for Jesus? Read about Jehovah's Witness? How about Buddhism? How Jerry's kids? Oh, yeah. Scientology? Or nuclear power?
Something like that.
Mine would be a little bit more like this. Security. No, I'd look at her.
Security at the local grocery store? Yeah, maybe. Maybe
Help.
these days.
We got a spill on aisle 3. Help me. No, if somebody came up to me and told me to vote for Tim Walz, I would tell them exactly why I'm not voting for Tim Walz.
I would, perhaps pick up a cucumber.
Oh, and
say,
what would one do with the cucumber, Dan?
I would go, like, channeling weird science. I would say, I got an idea. How about you bend over and I'll shove the whole thing right up your ass? How about that? No. Yeah, I just love the let's have the hand-to-hand combat. Let's be instigating these conversations where you live in the local grocery store. By the way, Gwen was there at this rally in Wisconsin in which Tim was promoting the idea of grocery store confrontation.
Yeah, and she was very condescending because she's a teacher, so she's talking to the audience like we're all in kindergarten.
But I kind of liked it when she did this. Turn the page. You like that? Okay, so I need you to be with me and practice with me. What are we going to do? We're going to turn the page. Oh, pretty good. Do it again. We're going to turn the page. And we're going to turn the page. All right, so I'm going to be watching you because when I see Wisconsin, and I'm watching nationally on TV because this is a pretty important place, and Minnesota helped you practice with this, you just show me this. Turn the page, right? Turn the page. And you know what else that looks like? Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Donald Trump.
Her eyes are wide.
We are turning the page. 52 days and we are turning the page. 52 days and it is bye-bye, Donald Trump.
And I don't know if you saw the reaction of Tim Walz when she was like, okay, there. Oh. You had that look of, what did I unleash?
Mrs. Walz, can I get a note to go to the nurse's office? I'm not feeling well. Yeah.
It's what they do in Minnesota. It's called responsive classroom, where the teacher is sing-songy and then, they are condescending.
Oh, it's hardly unique there. First of all, now you know why they got together. They're both just remarkably grating and...
You want that to be the second lead?
And oafish, really. But that's the same way Pat Quinn talked to people. They get out your carpet squares. That's the same way that Kamala talks to people. It's the same way a lot of politicians talk to people. They infantilize adults. And in some places, like apparently Minnesota, in addition to Illinois, the people love this. Kevin, Austin, Texas, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, she reminded me of Romper Room, and I was hoping she was going to call my name. Kevin. I was I was going to say that confronting people in the grocery store is fantastic. All you have, as you were alluding to, all you have to, and then I didn't hear exactly all you said, but it's just like, yeah, you like your grocery prices? Let's vote for Harris and Kamala. In fact, Republicans should be outside grocery stores registering people to vote.
Yeah, with little handouts. Thanks for the call, Kevin. With little handouts showing prices of selected staples and during Trump versus today. Absolutely.
But this remember what she said about Minneapolis? Like she loved the smell of Minneapolis burning during the George Floyd riots. This lady's she's not well.
Pat in Lockport.
Hey.
Good morning. Yeah, if somebody approached me about the Harris ticket in the produce section, they would get my rigid digit on both hands, right the middle finger. Up we go, baby. And, I was talking to a lady at the grocery store about a month ago. She was marveling at the cost of $5.99 for a box of Cheerios. And I said, well, sweetheart, how's that Bidenomics working for you?
Oh, you said it? Good.
There you go.
I did. Oh, listen, I'm done. I'm not nice anymore. I'm fed up with this crap.
God, I mean, I'm telling, and people were hemming and hawing at the Jewels in Elk Grove at the egg prices. I mean, 2 weeks ago it was $1.99 for a dozen eggs. Now it's almost $5, and that was a quote unquote sale. I don't know.
Karen and Beecher.
Talk about it.
Oh, good morning, my darlings. Dan, for this very reason, I carry a bottle of holy water from Israel in my purse. And if somebody did this to me, I would unscrew the little bottle and put a few drops on them and just watch them melt.
Yes, like the Nazis in Raiders of the Lost Ark. Exactly. Thanks for the call, Karen. John in Portage Park.
Yeah, good morning. I'd like to know why Mrs. Walls doesn't want people at gas stations to confront the Trump people. That's what I would say. She's a fool.
Thanks for the call, John. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Listening to those two, I feel like I want to go back to my happy place.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
Mm-hmm.
They're eating the cats. Oh. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that?
Okay. David and Winnetka, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. That little song you were playing there, I laughed way too hard at that over the weekend, and only because the looks on the poor cats and dogs' faces. I've got an idea for that too. Why can't we just send out flyers, celebrations that Democrats are now on the menu, along with the pets, or Democrats are on the menu as well.
Mm.
As far as what would you do if somebody said vote this way? So I was walking around Rogers Park last night. I went out to the end of the pier and back in, and it's probably the dumbest thing to do, but while I was out there, ironically enough, I met this gal at the very, very tip of the thing, and we're talking, chit-chatting, and we start walking back in, and there's this couple sitting there, just, pretty drunk doing their thing, and they yelled, of course, don't forget, vote, whatever, shoving it in my face. And so I said, liberal? And they said, yeah, of course, the best, and blah, blah, blah. I had my guitar with me. Had that girl not been there, it's going to sound violent and terrible. I just wanted to take it and smash it over his head, like that scene from Animal House, where you just, but it's my own guitar. But yeah, it's just
don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, thanks for the call, Dave. Just remind them that, wait a second. I mean, why are you talking to me? I'm a terrible person.
Yeah,
I'm as deplorable.
I'm weird.
I'm as deplorable as Trump is. I'm I'm a threat to the republic. I mean, this is what you people say about me.
Also to do things, Ellie, that one would think are career-ending. The way he desecrated Arlington National Cemetery would be career-ending for a normal politician. His constant lies. But even this piece about saying, well, my building was the tallest until, they brought down the World Trade Center. Now it's the second tall. I mean, everything he does is despicable.
The reason why it doesn't end his career is because his supporters are just as despicable. All right? Like,
It's been deemed some, grand statement.
Nothing has changed in 10 years. When Hillary Clinton said deplorables, they just use different descriptions intermittently to describe and to dehumanize. They despise you. Yep. If you are not full on with the Bolshevik agenda, if you're not celebrating with that phony joy vibe, then you're an enemy to the republic as they see it.
Lots of text messages on this. Dan and Amy, I don't get it. Turning the page, Trump's been out of office for 3+ years. That's true.
Turning the page on the administration that she's a part of.
Right, exactly.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. But this is, of course, the little two-step that they're doing.
This is a reminder. This reminds me, Dan and Amy, of Sesame Street's the monster at the end of the book. Grover's afraid to turn the page, and you find out the monster is him. Ooh.
Well, the fun way to approach this, too, much like that they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, little parody song, is to ridicule, right? The left, the devil, hates ridicule. And so Nicole Shanahan, RFK Jr.'s running mate, she's out. She's got like a little video team, and she's posting these well-produced videos from time to time. She had a new one out over the weekend that's sort of a David Attenborough Wild Kingdom spoof on the MAGA people. Pretty good.
Across the Atlantic in the North American country of the United States lies a fascinating and often misunderstood collective. From its northeastern cities to its midwestern towns to its expansive west, this courageous group of individuals are most notably known for their unwavering patriotism. Join us as we explore the fascinating world of the MAGA people. As we embarked on our journey, we were judicious in taking all necessary precautions. Our media had warned us that these were a vicious, radical, and even deplorable people.
MAGA people in the wild.
Contrary to what we had been told, we found the MAGA people to be warm, loving, and even rather cheeky at times. As we spent time with the MAGA people, we learned that their mantra, "Make America Great Again," is an optimistic belief that the United States will once again prosper by returning to its founding principles of a government by and for the people. Under these beliefs, the MAGA people strive to protect America's Constitution, freedom of its citizens, health of its people, and a yearning to restore the American dream that existed not so long ago. Notice their rather wholesome, familial demeanor. They often talk about their love of family, the importance of truth, and a desire for basic human rights. As they strive to uphold the peace and harmony throughout their communities, the MAGA people are insistent on protecting their borders. However, they are not inherently confrontational, as they advocate for ending the wars and military presence abroad. Further observations reveal that MAGA people come from all walks of life, including farmers and ranchers, family-owned businesses, entrepreneurs, health advocates, blue-collar workers, and military servicemen. And just recently, the MAGA people joined forces with another group, the Maha people. Together, the MAGA and Maha have started a movement to make America healthy again.
Oh.
As we departed back to our native land, we couldn't help but reflect on all that the MAGA people had taught us. Once perceived as a dangerous and barbaric group, we found ourselves feeling enlightened by the MAGA's moral, ethical, and honest ways of life. One could only hope that a similar movement would eventually emerge for us.
Yes, wonderful sort of anthropological exploration of the MAGA people, this people in a faraway land with their bizarre customs and traditions. Yes. Frank at Board of Trade.
Yeah, the night that Minneapolis caught fire and the 177 businesses went up in smoke, and CNN was reporting that there was an auto parts store on fire. There was a video feed that came through. Apparently, I'm the only person in the country who's seen it. It came through from Minneapolis. It was Mayor, there was Walz, the mayor, Fry, and the head of the Minnesota National Guard. Fry was crying. Walz was apoplectic. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. He was crying too. The only guy that had any semblance of order was the guy from the National Guard. I think if people were to look at this, I think their opinion of Walz might change. Where that video is, Lord knows.
Thanks for the call, Frank.
Walz is people. Not everybody likes him in Minnesota, obviously, but Trump is gaining competitive edges with independent voters in Minnesota, despite him being added to the Harris ticket. So I don't know if he's really helping her or not. The dumbest decision I think she ever made was not putting Shapiro on the ticket. So I'm glad she makes dumb decisions.
Well, we'll see just how much of an anchor Walz is on October 1st, because I have a pretty high level of confidence that J.D. Vance is going to methodically and calmly take him apart.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. On AM 560, The Answer.
It's Jeep Adventure Days, and Bettenhausen Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram on 159th Street in Tinley Park has your ticket to anywhere. Hurry into Bettenhausen and get huge savings off MSRP on a new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Wrangler, or Jeep Gladiator. Bettenhausen has big savings on a new Ram 1500 or new Chrysler Pacifica. Bettenhausen has the Midwest's best selection. Choose from over 900 vehicles with no hassle and no haggle. Showroom never closes at BettenhausenCDJR.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Jim Keene Jr. of the Mail House, Inc., a family-owned and operated digital print mail house with a specialty in political advertising and a customer of Signature Bank. We knew that getting a loan to buy our business wouldn't be easy, so we turned to one of our trusted friends for a referral. She told us about the outstanding level of customer service her business received at Signature Bank since becoming one of their first customers in 2006. Today, we couldn't be happier. Not only did Signature help us finance the purchase of the mail house, but they supported our growth as we modernized our operations in mailing as well as from traditional to digital printing. If you're looking for a great bank to grow your business, take a look at Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
An important message from Byram Healthcare. If you live with diabetes, you know how challenging and painful it can be to manage your blood sugar. Whether you have private insurance, traditional Medicare, or Medicaid, that can all change. If you inject insulin or have hypoglycemic events without insulin, you may qualify to receive at little or no cost, less copay and deductible, a continuous glucose monitor. It provides blood sugar readings with no uncomfortable finger sticks. It alerts you in real time to potential spikes and lows with your blood sugar levels. Byram Healthcare has been named Best Overall Diabetes Supply Company 4 years in a row by Verywell Health. We carry all major brands and will work with your insurance to get your CGM approved. If you have diabetes, call a U.S.-based Byram Healthcare specialist now. See if you qualify and end the finger stick.
Call 888-912-9434. 888-912-9434. That's 888-912-9434.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Americans deserve a more balanced debate than they got from ABC. The moderators fact-checked former President Trump 4 times, but never fact-checked Vice President Harris, and at least one fact-check was factually incorrect. Trump may have made 14 false statements, but Harris made 16. While the moderators pressed Trump 6 times for follow-ups, they didn't press Harris at all. Not once. That's not the only place the fix was in. The questions the moderators selected, including about race, the last presidential election, and January 6th, were designed to make Trump look extreme. Issues unfavorable to Harris, taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegal immigrants, for example, were carefully avoided. ABC is obviously in the tank for Harris, and the moderators behaved that way. The media shouldn't act surprised Americans no longer trust them.
AM 560, The Answer.
Speaking of the fact checkers, you heard in that commentary. People are talking about Martha Raddatz fact-checking Kamala Harris from the debate about number of troops in harm's way around the world, and she had a Kamala surrogate, the ill-equipped governor of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, but that's not the best one. That's not the best fact-checking, including on the topic.
5 days later, okay. Way to go, ABC.
Yeah, Martha Raddatz maybe
Wow.
trying to get some professional distance from her colleagues, David Muir and Lindsay Davis. But the best fact-check on the topic
What?
was this one. Remember Kamala saying no American troops in harm's way. This fact-check.
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. What? But let's understand.
So where the are we right now?
And then you pan back from the TV, and it's a bunch of U.S. soldiers that are, I don't know if they're in Iraq or Syria. I don't want to know. But, yeah. Oh,
Wait,
really?
what?
We're not in a combat zone? Well, where are we?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
That's
We have 2,500 troops right now in Iraq that are serving, that are in harm's way.
You're not going to get a better fact check than that. Awesome. Right from the source. Good
Love
stuff.
It. Keep it coming. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:38, we'll return to assassination attempt number 2 on President Trump in the last 2 months. Discuss with Mike Olson, retired Secret Service agent, 8:38.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
68 degrees, 8:31. That 58-year-old suspected of possibly trying to assassinate former President Trump is due in court today.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump thanked people for their concern and assistance, including the Secret Service and Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw. Bradshaw reported that U.S. Secret Service agents engaged a man near the Trump International Golf Course armed with an AK-style rifle equipped with a scope while the former president was playing golf. Officials say the gunman, who also had 2 backpacks and a GoPro camera, was positioned about 400 to 500 yards from Trump, concealed in shrubbery. After dropping the weapon, the suspect fled in an SUV and was later apprehended in a neighboring county. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer a short time ago says he's putting up an in vitro fertilization bill for a vote. Bill would force insurance companies to cover IVF procedures and allow service members to freeze sperm or eggs prior to deployment to a combat zone. Talks are set to resume this week between Boeing and union leaders. Around 30,000 have walked off the job. AT&T workers in the Southeast are going back to work today with a near 20% pay hike. A deal with the Communication Workers Association ends a 30-day strike in places like Alabama, Georgia, Florida, and Louisiana. All District 86 schools in Joliet will be e-learning today. The change made after violent threats were posted online. Police are investigating the unsubstantiated threat. City of Chicago is primed to pay out $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. The City Council Finance Committee will vote today on whether to approve the payouts stemming from 5 lawsuits filed in state and federal court since 2019, including cases linked to John Burge. Legal wrangling over Illinois' sweeping gun ban is set to resume today in East St. Louis, where a federal judge will consider a challenge to the constitutionality of a law that is almost 2 years old, backed by Governor Pritzker. The bench trial before U.S. District Judge Stephen McGlynn could be a difficult test for the ban on many semi-automatic guns, since McGlynn last year said the law was likely unconstitutional. Caleb Williams and the Bears lost to Houston on the road, 19-13. Cubs 6-2 winners over Colorado, while the Southsiders took down the A's 4-3. The news service of Dairy Queen. Hey, DQ fans, they've got the deal of the century for you. Download the DQ app and get buy one, get one free Blizzard treats. And just like that, you can get any 2 Blizzard treats for the price of 1 for a limited time only. Where happy tastes good. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
If you have high blood pressure, you have the #1 risk factor for mortality.
Don't be a walking time bomb. Make this change and watch your blood pressure drop.
Order a 120 Life today.
Yes, 120 Life is an amazing blend of superfruit juices that can actually help lower your blood pressure.
It's been endorsed by thousands of health professionals and doesn't have the side effects of medication.
It's up to you to control your blood pressure, not Big Pharma.
Seriously, 120 Life could be the natural game changer in your life. Try it yourself risk-free with a 2-week trial pack. You've got nothing to lose but your high blood pressure.
Go to 120life.com and use promo code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping.
120 Life is so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in just 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied.
Order the 8-ounce drink or powdered mix. From pomegranates to cranberries, it's the delicious way to lower your blood pressure. It really works.
Go to 120life.com now. Use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping.
A healthy fawn may be seen frolicking in its pen. Who would have not survived? Or a rehabilitated horse might be running in the pasture that had once been malnourished and not used to human kindness. Their success is from the dedicated volunteers at Paws Critter Crossing, an amazing not-for-profit organization that saves critters in crisis. Paws Critter Crossing, located right here in Chicagoland, is a rehabilitation center for injured and orphaned wildlife and a sanctuary for farm animals that have been abused or abandoned. Please help PCC raise desperately needed funds so they can continue their mission in giving these animals a second chance in life by registering for their fundraiser event on September 28th. Go to pawscrittercrossing.org and click on events. You can buy tickets for their dinner, which includes an open bar and entertainment. Experience the bidding excitement on their online auction, or just hit the donate option. Tickets are on sale now through September 20th. Tickets will not be sold at the door. pawscrittercrossing.org. Click on events. No donation is too small.
8:36, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Let's get an update on your roads, and we do that, of course, starting on the Kennedy right now, where it is an hour and 20 minutes from the inbound Kennedy O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. A lot of that tied up to an accident between Austin and Montrose this morning. Delays as well this morning as you begin your trip on the Eisenhower Expressway. Most of that due to an earlier accident between North and St. Charles. 84 minutes in, 390 into the old post office. Stevenson in right 1 hour from the Tri-State into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. All tied up because of an earlier accident near Cicero. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Sunshine and a high near 90 today. Clear and 63 overnight. Partly sunny and 68. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So, we have a technical issue.
Is this mic working?
Okay.
Yeah, no. It sounds like nails on a chalkboard.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, try it again.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't we take a break and try and come back and see if we can have a radio show?
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
It's Uncle Sam, and he wants some of your retirement money. Like it or not, you're going to owe taxes on your 401k. The good news is you may be able to reduce your tax bill with some strategic planning. Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions are here to help. You'll work together to craft a plan that's designed to help make sure you don't pay a penny more than you should. Taxes are historically low right now, and we all know they probably won't remain this low forever, so call Scott Tucker and the Scott Tucker Solutions team before this tax-saving opportunity is gone. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. It's time to preserve the retirement you deserve without giving more than necessary to your favorite uncle. Call Scott Tucker and the team at Scott Tucker Solutions now to schedule your 401k tax review. 847-474-3888 or go to 560retirement.com. Investment advisory services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Firm does not give tax advice.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here with urgent news. The world's central banks are making unprecedented moves, and it's time to pay attention. In 2022 and 2023, they bought more gold than ever before. And now in 2024, the trend is accelerating. Why? Because central banks have lost faith in the dollar. And in these uncertain times, gold is the ultimate safe haven. If you too are worried about the dollar, I urge you to take similar action by diversifying your IRA or 401k into gold with my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax-advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Oh, there we go. All right, we're back on the air, just like that.
Hi, how are you?
All right, so what we know about the man who had apparently planned to assassinate President Trump on his golf course, Trump International, West Palm, yesterday. This, in terms of trying to understand motive, and this is very early, so I'm not ascribing motive, but his passion was Ukraine, as he so explained in an interview he gave, talking about the guy in custody accused of plotting to assassinate President Trump. This interview he gave to Newsweek in 2022 about the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Tell me who you are and why are you here?
56, from the U.S., from North Carolina originally, so live in Hawaii now, so flew all the way from Hawaii here. So the question as far as why I'm here, to me, a lot of the other conflicts are gray, but this conflict is definitely black and white. This is about good versus evil. This is a storybook, any movie we've ever watched, this is definitely evil against good. I mean, we're battling a situation here where, the Ukrainians and the rest of the world are caring and kind and generous and unselfish and take care of one another, and it's just a matter of, we need to stand up for that. That is the most important thing in the world, is just to show human beings that we're kind and we're caring and that we take care of one another and that the world is united so that we feed each other and make sure that, we all move forward as one collective whole unit. So, we feel the pain of one country's failure and their conflicts, and we enjoy the successes of other countries that are doing good, and we all work together. And for some reason, Russia does not.
Wonderful E pluribus unum speech, right up until you decide that you're going to try to murder a former president. So I guess he was of the mind that he had bought the propaganda of Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi and the Democrat Socialist Party of the last decade, that Trump was some sort of Putin stooge, Manchurian candidate, despite all the evidence to the contrary. His social media accounts were quickly scrubbed.
Yeah, Facebook right away. Thanks, Mark Zuckerberg. Is that election interference 2024?
Well, but it doesn't really change what we know about him. We'll see what the FBI is willing to disclose in terms of what we were unable to see, maybe the sorts of Trump vitriol that punctuated his posts. But we do have some of his posts on X. And again, it's all Ukraine all the time. Hashtag World War III, let's go, people. I'm ready to go to Ukraine and fight and die for the kids and families of Ukraine. We cannot sit around and do nothing. Another post, I need your help, all caps. I'm willing, which means you're yelling. I'm willing to fly from America to fight as a civilian, but I need someone to respond and help with a media campaign to encourage others around the globe to join the fight. Looking for a cause, looking to be a martyr. That's always a dangerous profile.
And also, one time he tweeted or X'd about Trump. He said, Trump should be Massa instead of MAGA. Make Americans slaves again, master. Democracy, all in capital letters, is on the ballot, and we cannot lose. We cannot afford to fail. The world is counting on us to show the way.
Mm-hmm. So, the fatalism of the zealot. Rachel Vindman, she is the husband of Alexander Vindman, who was the star witness in impeachment proceeding number 1 against Trump. And now Vindman, Alexander, is running for Congress in Virginia. His wife tweeted, "No ears were harmed. Carry on with your Sunday afternoon."
And it wasn't that, the head of the sheriff's department at Palm Beach Sheriff, I should say Rick Bradshaw, said he was 300 to 500 yards away and he could have gotten a shot off.
How far away was the president? How far away was Donald Trump when this gentleman was caught and stopped?
Probably between 300 and 500 yards, but with a rifle and a scope like that, that's not a long distance.
No, it's not, and so I wonder why Rick Bradshaw also gave the Secret Service high marks. I'm not sure that's warranted, although we're still very early in understanding everything that happened and buttoning it down, even as we are eagerly anticipating the congressional report on the July 13th assassination attempt.
And when this happened, President Trump was on the 5th hole. He was putting, actually, when they heard shots fired, and the Secret Service tackled him, and the gunman was allegedly on the 6th hole.
And then he got up and he said, "Putt, putt, putt," and he drained it. Mike Olson is a retired Secret Service agent. He joins us now. Mike, thanks for being with us again. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Dan.
So, a would-be assassin gets within shooting distance of the former president again. Your comments?
Well, this profile that you went through of Ryan Routh, or Ruth, however you say his name, is not an unusual profile that's come across the Secret Service for decades and decades. The question is, who knew what about him, and was he even on the Secret Service's radar, and was he on the FBI's radar for his international travel and things like that? Would be highly concerning. Separate of that, I think by now, with as close as we are to the election and with what happened on July 13th and the threat profile of what it is against the former president, Donald Trump, we should be at a complete heightened level of, full presidential level protection. I heard these comments about, well, he's not the president yet, or he's the former president, so it's a different profile. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that the threats and the vitriol and the rhetoric against presidential candidate Donald Trump is extremely high, off the charts, and that alone should be warranting off the chart level of presidential protection or former presidential protection, regardless of whether he's current or former. So, one of the biggest concerns I saw, of course, and like you said, it's a little early. We don't quite have all the information, but the concern would be what was being done outside of the perimeter of that golf course. Who was there watching for unusual things, unusual people to be showing up, while the president was there or prior to the president's arrival to play around the golf.
Yeah, it's just, that was the reaction. That was my reaction. That was a lot of people's just commonsensical reaction, just layman. I have no law enforcement background. But it's like, at a certain point, maybe you say, we want to do full perimeter security, particularly in an open space like a golf course, just to be on the safe side after this embarrassment and near miss on July 13th. It just gets the sense, you just get the sense that this isn't being taken all that seriously, and they're more worried about doing damage control on this forthcoming report on July 13th and arranging the senior level agents who are going to take early retirement to avoid the hangman's noose, metaphorically. It just, You just because it's like this is treated as not a big deal.
Yeah, it is. It's very concerning. And one of the things that was brought up about this particular incident yesterday was that, maybe the protection wasn't as intense because it was what was called an off-the-record move, meaning the golf outing was not on the schedule of President Trump. Mm-hmm. And the problem is, again, my 10-year-old nephew could conduct an analysis by the internet and determine the movements of somebody like President Trump down in Florida in a tight area where you've got Mar-a-Lago, which is out on the Outer Banks, connected by a couple golf courses that we see for the last 8 years he goes to.
Right.
So it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. So that combined with all of the threatening language, the previous threats, the July 13th incident. I mean, we've got competing parties making threats. It goes without saying that it's at the highest level it could be. Not to mention foreign governments that we've heard stories of, like Iran. It baffled me to hear the sheriff, and I'm not criticizing them at all for the comments, but the fact of well, this is the former president, so it's not as much. It defies logic to me. 100% it defies logic to me under the current situation we're under with the former president.
Well, how did he know he was there? I mean, if it wasn't on Trump's public schedule, it was last minute. I mean, they're going to investigate to see how long he's been in West Palm, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They'll figure that out. They'll look at travel schedules. I mean, I'll be honest with you. My concern is, and I haven't heard much talked about it. I'm sure the FBI and others will be looking into this. Is who were his associations and what were his links over to Ukraine, and with him trying to help fund a battle on the ground in Ukraine. What was his objective for coming back here? Who else was potentially involved in sending him back here potentially? And I emphasize potentially, as far as funding. I mean, this guy radiates all kinds of red flags in terms of, I mean, you see it, I caught a quick glimpse before they took it down, his posts on LinkedIn, his ramblings. I mean, he checks off all kinds of red flags. So, but the problem is with President Trump in particular, it's no secret that he golfs all the time, regularly down there. So, I mean, if you have time, you have money, and you have the ability to, kind of lie in wait, and you've scoped out, conducted some surveillance of the area, you can sit across the street in the public jail facility there for down there in Florida and watch the motorcade come in and out and see which way they come, which way they go out, and get a map of the view online, of the holes online, and just be waiting for the next time he shows up.
Well, I mean, like the incumbent presidential level detail. What does that look like? I mean, is the entire perimeter of the course covered? Would it be like wave after wave? So you would have multiple agents. I mean, this is the topography. Multiple agents on the hole in front of him, and then they're onto the two holes in front of him, and then there's another layer, the hole in front of him. So you just sort of one line of security after another to make sure that there are no gaps in terms of coverage when you have a space like a golf course. I mean, is that what is the difference in terms of the security profile for the incumbent president versus the non-incumbent president, at least at this time, in a situation like that?
Well, to be honest, Dan, with what happened on July 13th and with the threats, there should be no difference. There should be zero light between a current and a former president. It shouldn't matter. It should be based off the threat level.
But what would that look like if it was?
Well, I would, and again, I'm only basing off what I've seen. However, based on the official comments by the sheriff's office and the press release, it did not appear to me that they had any exterior perimeter coverage of the golf course, the entire facility, meaning the roadways around. It's one thing, how you set up, like you described, a hole in front, a hole behind, and who's out on the golf course itself, but who's outside the golf course in those layers. Secret Service sets up concentric rings of protection typically. So where was that additional layer, or was there local law enforcement assigned outside the perimeter to watch anybody that would in fact walk up to that fence line? We've had presidents golfing for decades and decades. I've been a part of those myself, and you need people on the outside conducting some level of fixed posts and counter surveillance activity to identify somebody like him walking up, into shrubs.
What do you expect to come of the report that we're waiting for on July 13th? Anything of importance? Anything that we don't already know?
I don't think anything that we don't already know, other than more confirmation that this has been significant resources have been overlooked, have not been requested and asked for. This concept of former president versus a current president versus, hey, if the threats rise and fall, the threat level, we have to be able to dedicate more resources to that. And is there funding then available to do that? Especially in a campaign year like this one.
Mike Olson, retired Secret Service agent. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, Dan. You're welcome, Amy. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. Americans deserve a more balanced debate than they got from ABC. The moderators fact-checked former President Trump 4 times, but never fact-checked Vice President Harris, and at least one fact-check was factually incorrect. Trump may have made 14 false statements, but Harris made 16. While the moderators pressed Trump 6 times for follow-ups, they didn't press Harris at all. Not once. That's not the only place the fix was in. The questions the moderators selected, including about race, the last presidential election, and January 6th, were designed to make Trump look extreme. Issues unfavorable to Harris, taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegal immigrants, for example, were carefully avoided. ABC is obviously in the tank for Harris, and the moderators behaved that way. The media shouldn't act surprised Americans no longer trust them.
AM 560, The Answer.
Do you remember this? When I heard this come down, the original reporting yesterday was shootings around Trump International, and it was like 2 guys, they were shooting at each other. Trump wasn't the target, and then, of course, it changed, which is why you got to wait a little bit before you have an understanding of what's actually happening.
If anybody has been to West Palm, like mutual combatants on the street is nothing that I think would actually happen in West Palm.
Highly unusual.
Yeah. It's a beautiful town. Very clean, very pristine.
Okay.
Well, it's very elite. I mean, you just felt like you were in a special place when you were there. Like,
yeah. Okay. Well, enough of the Chamber of Commerce for West Palm Beach. But we immediately thought, though, when it was reported that it was a would-be assassin on a golf course, Chicago. Do you remember? You know what I'm talking about?
Well, you give me the side eye there.
I bet Mike Scott does. The attempted assassination of South Suburban mob boss Alfred Pilato at Lincolnshire golf course in Crete.
Wow.
And they shot him multiple times. I think it was like the 8th hole. I played it, and they show you where he got shot. It's pretty fun. It's great Chicago lore.
It's pretty fun.
Chicago lore is always about where somebody got shot.
Exactly.
Dillinger by the Biograph Theater, and Pilato on the 8th hole at Lincolnshire. I think it was the 8th hole. Anyway, this is back in 81. 2 goons from Chicago tried to take him out while he's playing golf. But,
did he finish the hole?
He did not, because he did get shot. Oh, but he survived the shooting.
Okay.
And I think he was like in his 70s at the time or something. So he was pretty resilient. Yeah, and he wanted to get up and finish the round, of course, because
just like Trump did. Trump was having a good 5th hole. I mean, it was going well. They said, I think.
Were you caddying for him?
No, Sean Hannity talked to him 3 times yesterday, and every time he talked to him, he got a bit more information.
Yeah, well, Sean Hannity had it wrong at first, because he at first said that the would-be assassin opened fire, and we now know, at least the reporting is, that the assassin didn't get off any shots, but Secret Service did anyway. But golf course, it's like where do you want to go? When it's your time, there are worse places to go than on a golf course.
Courses are so awesome.
That's about as close to heaven on earth as you're going to get. I wouldn't say necessarily Lincolnshire, but Trump International or
text messages,
Olympia Fields or
the Biograph Theater, Dillinger.
Yeah. I think I just mentioned that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not interested in doing like the mob tour downtown, but I mean, I'm just saying that Chicago's history is always replete with bullet holes. So anyway, I just thought of that when the story came over. So, a local angle of sorts. Assassination attempts on golf courses for 800, Alex.
All right. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Thanks to George Hoffman, who's been filling in. And Justin is back tomorrow, I think, from his honeymoon. Didn't he take his honeymoon? Was that his honeymoon or just a vacation? Because I don't think he.
I think it was a vacation. Did he not take a honeymoon?
I don't think he did.
Mm.
So
that was a very, very good CSI Miami, ironically, CSI Miami episode where there was an assassination on a golf course in or around West Palm where they were investigating. So we'll have to try to find that. It's with the original cast from way back when.
Not more foreshadowing, more life imitating art.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
We also want to thank Quinn McCarthy, and now to you, Mike.
As we watch this morning, we see developments with that investigation into the assassination attempt, and we'll have details on that coming up from Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time, 9.
This is a Fox News alert. A call for the Secret Service to get more help. I'm Dave Anthony. President Biden just made it before leaving the White House for Delaware the morning after the second Trump assassination attempt, this time in Florida.
Thank God the president's okay.
The former President Trump was not injured. Nobody was.
The service needs more help, and I think the Congress should respond to their needs.
It was Secret Service agents who saw a rifle poking through bushes at Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach as the former president was playing. They shot at the gunman who drove away but was later captured on a highway.
Right now, it's a matter of gathering some more forensics if we can and checking to see where the gun came from.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw tells Fox they also want to know where the suspect, Ryan Ruth, was staying. His last known residence was in Hawaii. Ruth's due in a federal courtroom this hour.
He had reportedly made statements that indicated he supported former President Trump in 2016 before withdrawing his support in 2020. Back in April, he had a post on X saying democracy is on the ballot and we cannot lose, a phrase often repeated by President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Now, the vice president condemned what happened, saying she's deeply disturbed. Democratic Congressman Jason Crow is on the House task force investigating the first Trump assassination attempt in Pennsylvania in July and told Fox
political violence has no place in our country, and Republicans and Democrats must come together and say this is unacceptable.
More death and destruction in Gaza, where Palestinian officials say an overnight Israeli airstrike killed 16 people at least after a Houthi militant attack on Israel over the weekend.
A lot of attention is being paid right now to how this Houthi rocket penetrated as far as it did into Israel. That rocket had to travel about 1,200 miles from where it was fired in Yemen. Israel says the rocket was hit by an interceptor but not destroyed.
That's Fox's Mike Tobin in Tel Aviv. Houthi militants also claim they shot down an American Reaper drone. No response from the U.S. military. America's listening to Fox News.
9:02 on AM 560. The Answer, 68 degrees and partly sunny skies. Chicago is primed to pay out $15 million to more victims of police misconduct. City Council Finance Committee will vote today on whether to approve the payout stemming from 5 lawsuits filed